remind everybody in the courtroom to please turn off your cell phones, not just put them on silent or vibrate, because some notices or alerts go through, and there's a strict policy of non-tolerance for that. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, jury service may be strange to some of you, and so a short explanation is in order. Those who participate in a trial must do so in accordance with established rules. It's true of the witnesses, the lawyers, the judge, and jurors. Lawyers will present the evidence according to the rules. The judge enforces the rules and determines what evidence may be admitted under those rules and the law. Now, the jury will be the sole judges of the facts, credibility of the witnesses, and the weight to be given to their testimony. And at the conclusion of the evidence, I will instruct you on how to do that. And it is your duty then to apply that law as I give it to you at the conclusion of the case to the facts. Now, it's your sworn duty as jurors to accept the law as it is given to you by the court. You're not permitted to substitute your own belief as to what the law might be. Now, the procedure for the trial is as follows. First, the attorneys are going to outline what they expect the evidence will be. Opening statements are not evidence, but they are simply a preview, if you will, of the claims of each party as to what they believe the evidence will show, and are designed to help you follow that evidence as it's presented. The state will then offer its evidence. Upon conclusion of the state's evidence, the defendant may, but is not required, to offer evidence. If the defendant does present evidence, the state may, but is not required to present rebuttal evidence. After that, the court will instruct you on the law regarding the case. You will hear closing arguments of the attorneys, and then the court will give you final instructions on deliberating and returning verdicts. Now, the procedure for questioning witnesses is as follows. The party that calls a witness will ask questions first. That's called the direct examination. After that is concluded, the opposing attorney may ask questions. That's called cross-examination. Then the party that called the witness may ask additional questions regarding those matters that were testified to on cross-examination. This is called redirect examination. Now, typically the court does not permit any further questioning beyond that unless there's an exceptional reason for that. In case you wonder, jurors are not permitted to ask questions. Now, it was mentioned during the voir dire, but during the trial, it is highly likely that you will hear attorneys make objections. This is the procedure by which an attorney raises a legal issue that must be decided by the judge. The court I don't just make my mind up according to what I think is fair. I have rules that I have to follow as well. And so I apply those rules and make those determinations. Now, if an attorney objects and the court determines that the question and or the answer is not permitted, the court will say sustained. If I say overrule, that means I've determined that both the question and the answer are permitted under the rules. Now, occasionally, a witness will answer a question before an attorney can get an objection made. And if that happens, and I determine that the question and or the answer were not proper, then at the conclusion of the case, you'll be told to disregard that testimony. And it may be one of the attorneys will ask for that to be stricken, and I will say granted, and the stricken means that it's not to be considered. And so we know that you're humans, not attorneys, or not computers. You can't simply hit delete and it's gone. But what it means is that during the deliberations, if somebody says, well, remember this was said by that person, and then if others of you remember that was stricken from the record or you were told to disregard it, that means you can't use that in your deliberations. Now, it's important that you be fair and attentive throughout the trial. During the breaks in the trial, you're not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. If you are a person who texts, tweets, or does I guess it's X now, but how you X, but anyway, you post on social media, do not do that about the trial. In fact, I urge you not to even post that you're on jury, because somebody might, say something to you in response about the case that you should not hear. You're not to permit anyone to discuss it in your presence, as I've indicated, here in the courthouse or during your breaks. If you go to a restaurant, if you're outside, don't permit anyone to discuss it with you. And those also instruct all the spectators that you're not to talk with the jurors or discuss the case in their presence during breaks. Do not form or express any opinion on the case until it's finally submitted to you. Now, I know that, as we hear things or we see things, we form impressions, and that's human nature. The important thing is, though, is that, remember, it's early in the case, and things in this case will go probably into tomorrow. And so it's important not to form an opinion, but just if you have an impression, okay, but keep an open mind, because until you've heard everything, all of the evidence, you've received instructions of the law about how to apply that, you don't have everything you need to form an opinion on the case. Now, it's easy to understand why it is you can't discuss the case with other people. Other people aren't permitted to give you any information or to try to influence you in any way. But you might think, well, why is it that we can't talk about it among ourselves during the breaks? Well, again, if a couple of you go to lunch together or you're outside together during a break or something like that, you say, well, what did you think about this or that? A jury is composed of 12 people, and those 12 people must deliberate together. And so it's improper for 2 or 3 or 4 of you to discuss it yourselves. And again, you should not be discussing the matter, because one of the things you have to be as a juror is patient. You have to wait until the case is completed, because you don't know what's ahead. I don't know what's ahead. Sometimes attorneys or witnesses don't know, because this is a process of humans. And so it's important to remain patient and not discuss it and not to form any opinions about the matter until you've heard all the evidence, the closing arguments, the instructions of the court. And then at that time, the 12 of you will deliberate. Now, you must also explain the rule about you not being permitted to discuss the matter with any family or friends you may come in contact with during breaks, or if we have an overnight recess, which I think is likely. Sometimes, I've heard stories of people saying, well, I served on the jury and I was allowed to discuss the case. Well, apparently they've forgotten not till it was over. So once it's over, you may discuss the case with anyone you want to, or you can say, no, I'm not talking about it. That's your choice. But during the trial, you have only one choice. Do not discuss it with anyone. Don't permit anyone to discuss it in your presence. Don't permit anyone to say anything to you about the matter. You're not to read anything about this matter in the newspaper, and today that means basically online, because that's where usually most of the stories come out first. But don't read anything that's posted by any media source about the case, if there is anything. Should there be any radio broadcast, TV, I doubt that, but don't watch or listen to those broadcasts. Don't read anything in social media about the case, because it's highly improper for you to do that. And again, the reason for that is this. You're the ones that are going to make the decision based on what you hear in this courtroom. The people that are posting, or the people that may be talking, even some of the people may be here for part of the case, but not all the case. They're not under your obligation. They don't have the job you do. You're the one that has that oath and has taken that oath, and so that's reason for you to decide this case strictly based upon the evidence that's admitted and the law. Now, again, in order to make sure that there's no appearance of any impropriety, don't speak with the attorneys or parties. I know when I was a prosecutor for many years trying cases, and I had people that I knew or even clients on the jury, and I'd have to ignore them, say, just ignore them. Don't take that as an affront or that they're being impolite or snobbish. They're doing it to avoid creating the appearance that, maybe something improper is going on. And so don't talk with anyone outside of the case. Now, you're also not to try to obtain any additional information on this case outside of the courtroom. Sometimes that's referred to as going to the scene or driving by the scene and taking a look at that. That's not an issue here. But in my experience now, in the world we live in today, the internet, there's not a word you can't type in on the internet and something's going to pop up. So if you hear a term about something of specialized knowledge or some term of scientific or specialized information, and you hear testimony about it, you're not permitted to go research that. because you may think in my mind, well, you know, I've heard about this, or I saw a TV show about it, or I saw something on the internet about it, or I read a book about it, and I'm wondering if that's right, so I'm going to go research this on my own. You can't do that. Anything that's a topic of this trial, you're not to research or read anything about it on the internet or in any other source. I referred to encyclopedia one time. Somebody doesn't know what a tiddlywinks is. I don't know how many people remember encyclopedias, but today everything's on the internet, but don't do any research like that. Now, I'll also tell you that if something should happen, someone should say something to you or something should come up that you feel you need to report to the court, tell the bailiff. The bailiff will tell me. I'll consult with the attorneys and make a decision as to what, if any, impact that has. It may be necessary to ask you a question or two, so we may have to have you come into the courtroom and ask some questions. Now, one of the things I want to expressly say is this. Sometimes, you know, something might happen and you think to myself, well, I don't really think that's a big deal. I don't think it's important. But I think I'll just ask them, the other jurors what they think. I had that happen about 30 years ago. I was the prosecutor. We were trying a 1-week case. We had 15 jurors. We had 3 alternates. On day 3, at lunchtime, one of the jurors was across the street at the old McGee's, which is gone now, and somebody said something to him that knew one of the people in the case. Well, instead of telling the bailiff, that person came back and said, well, after everybody's back, and told the other 14 jurors that, hey, you know, the so-and-so said this to me, blah, 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 and they all said, we got to tell the judge. Well, what happened is, not only did they have to tell, that person have to tell the judge, and we brought them in and asked questions, we spent the entire afternoon questioning 14 jurors, other jurors, so 15 total. We lost 2.5, 3 hours of trial time because of that. And so it disrupts everything. So that's why I say, if you got any doubt, don't ask your opinion for counsel from your other fellow jurors. Just tell the bailiff, and then I can deal with it and, you know, limit it to just you. Now, note-taking is not permitted since this is a trial of short duration. In my experience, and I liken it to when I was a freshman at Ohio State a long time ago, in my first couple of classes, and I was writing down everything that the professor said. And then I got back to my room and looked at my writing, and I'm thinking, why did I write that down? It didn't have anything to do with it. It was just preliminaries, or, you know, and ends up having nothing. And so it took me a little while to learn to listen and write down briefly and take shorthand notes, so to speak, what's being said. You know, as an attorney and a judge, you know, we have to learn to multitask. We don't want your jurors to do that because we don't want you to miss something while you're writing it down. And then the other thing we find out is that sometimes if somebody writes something down, people think it means more than what they remember, and it doesn't. And so just to avoid that type of potential confusion, I don't permit notes for trials. Now, from time to time, as you saw this morning, when we selected the jury, I'll have the attorneys come up to the bench, and we'll do a bench conference, we call it, and you'll hear the static. And that's where we may discuss something about logistics, but it may be discussing a substantive matter like on an objection, where the attorneys want to tell me what the answer is going to be or what they think it's going to be and why that's permitted, and the other one's going to say why it shouldn't be permitted. And if I had all that discussion in front of you, and then I turned out you can't hear it, that's just adds to your burden of something you can't consider when you deliberate. So in order to avoid that additional burden, we do those kind of things where it's just the attorneys and it's being recorded for the record, but it's not in front of the jurors. So that's why we do that. All right, now, and once we break for lunch, I will also instruct you to remember to observe all the instructions of the court, or sometimes they're referred to as admonitions. But you know, that's just simply to remind you that everything I've told you governs you in all breaks. Now, we will now begin the trial with the opening statements. As I indicated earlier, opening statements are not argument, or not evidence, but they are simply, nor are they argument. They are simply a prediction or preview, if you will, of what they believe the evidence is going to be in the case, but they're not evidence. The state will go first. Mrs. Collins, you're going to give the opening statement.
May it please the court, Mr. Mulligan. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, on December 23rd of 2023, 10-year-old Skylin Powell, her 3 siblings, her dad, JR, and her mom, Casey, all went to their grandparents' house, John and Jennifer Powell's. Also there that day were Aunt Shay and her boyfriend, Billy, their cousins, Michael and Lily, and their parents. The family opened Christmas presents. They ate, played games, just spent the day together. As has been the custom, the kids spent the night so that JR and Casey could go home, wrap presents, and prepare for Santa to arrive. After JR and Casey left, Skylin and Aunt Shay rode with John Powell to take Billy, Shay's boyfriend, back to his house. John, Skylin, and Shay arrived back home and settled in at around 10 or 10:30 in the evening. Skylin, like most kids during this time of year, was coughing and she was congested. At 11 o'clock, John gave Skylin medicine. She went to Aunt Shay's bedroom, climbed in bed with the other kids that were there, and went to sleep. The next morning, the kids woke up. They began making their way out to the kitchen, into the living room. And at some point, John and Jennifer realized that Skylin wasn't awake yet. She hadn't joined the family out in the living room. So they went in to check on Skylin, and what they found was a little girl covered in her own fluid, covered in blood, and not breathing. John then ran to the kitchen cabinet. He pulled out a bottle of liquid morphine. He ran to the garage and he hid that. In fact, John made a few trips from the kitchen to the garage that morning. After John hid all the medication, he returned to the bedroom where Skylin was. Jennifer dialed 911 at 9:08 in the morning. John called several people, including JR and Casey, Michael and Lily's parents, and the neighbors. Only after all of this did someone maybe attempt CPR on Skylin. EMS arrived 13 minutes later, but the experienced paramedics immediately realized that Skylin had been gone for some time and no life-saving measures would bring her back. An investigation began immediately, and soon Lieutenant Detective Vinnie Anor and Sergeant Detective Eric Engle arrived at the house. Detective Engle went through the house. She was collecting evidence while Detective Anor was interviewing the members of Skylin's family. During the first interview, this defendant, John Powell, told Detective Anor everything I just told you, leaving out the very significant fact that he ran to the kitchen, took out that bottle of morphine, and ran it out to the garage to hide it. In fact, John claimed the only medicine he gave Skylin was some Equate brand pain and fever reducer, like generic Tylenol, that was found in the kitchen windowsill and turned over to the detectives that day. Days later, JR and Casey Powell had a funeral for their 10-year-old daughter. On his way to the funeral, John Powell stopped at a gas station in Fayetteville. He threw that bottle of liquid morphine in the trash in a bathroom. The bottle that he had hid in the garage the morning that they found Skylin dead. From the time Skylin was found dead until February of 24, everyone was baffled as to why she had suddenly died. Everyone except the defendant. In February of 24, Detective Anor received the coroner's report for Skylin. A toxicology report was attached to the coroner's report, and Dr. Brown, a forensic pathologist from the Montgomery County Coroner's Office, ruled the cause of death of 10-year-old Skylin as morphine intoxication. Essentially, she overdosed on morphine. Detective Anor returned to John Powell to try to figure out where did this morphine come from. John acted shocked when he was told she had morphine in her system. This defendant repeatedly told Detective Anor there was no morphine in the house. There had never been morphine in the house. In fact, this defendant allowed Detective Anor to look through all the medicine bottles in the kitchen cabinet. During Detective Anor's investigation, he learned that the defendant had a mother who had been placed in a nursing home shortly before Skylin passed away, Grandma Peggy. And when Grandma Peggy was placed in the nursing home, this defendant cleaned all the medication out of her house, including that bottle of liquid morphine. Now, on March 19th of 24, Detective Anor asked the defendant to come to the sheriff's office so they could talk for a third time. Again, interview starts. This defendant repeatedly denies ever having morphine in his home. But Detective Anor said, listen, I'm done with this lying. It's time to tell the truth. He confronted John with the lies. So then John changed his story. He said, well, I'm not sure if there was morphine in the house. He said, yes, there was medicine from my mom's in the kitchen cabinet. It was possible one of those bottles had been morphine. Detective Anor said no. Let's get to the truth here. And finally, John admitted, yes, there was liquid morphine in the house. And the next morning when he found Skyland dead, he hid that bottle of morphine. And when the family was on their way to Skyland's funeral, he threw that morphine in the trash in a neighboring county. Now, I'm confident the defense is going to try to convince you that this was all some sad accident, but I'm equally confident that when you hear the testimony and review the evidence and you apply your common sense, you will see that this was reckless and knowing behavior that caused the death of 10-year-old Skyland. Of particular importance are the actions of this defendant immediately following finding Skyland dead. He immediately goes and grabs that morphine, runs it out and hides it, and then lies about it, repeatedly lies about it. Those are not the actions of someone who doesn't know what they did. Those are the actions of someone who is guilty, knows exactly what they did, and are trying to cover up their crimes. Ladies and gentlemen, I am confident that after you hear the testimony and review the evidence, you will find this defendant guilty of all counts. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Mulligan, on behalf of the defendant.
Thank you, Judge. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is certainly my pleasure to be here. I agree with the judge that opening is simply a roadmap, a prediction as to where we are going. Mr. Powell is charged with 5 separate crimes. The first 2 counts are involuntary manslaughter counts, but there's only one death in this case, and that is of Skyland Powell, his granddaughter. The first count is based on corrupting another with drugs, and the second count is based on endangering children. Separately, count 3 is corrupting another with drugs, and separately, count 4 is endangering children. And then there's a 5th count, the final count, tampering with evidence. John previously pled not guilty to these charges and stands on that plea today, and very firmly on that. The facts are not going to contain a shred of evidence to prove that John intended or had purpose to kill his granddaughter. The facts are going to show the opposite, that he loved her and that the grandkids are his world. More significantly, the facts are going to show that she was the first grandchild. The facts in this case are pretty simple. The facts are going to show Skyland was the first grandbaby. Her dad is John's son, sometimes called JR. John is married to Jennifer, who happens to be in the courtroom today, and they live out on State Route 136. The tradition in the family is that the family gets together for Christmas by having a get-together party, whatever you want to call it, on the eve of Christmas Eve. That would be December 23rd. The kids play games and what have you. At some point, Skyland's mom and dad went home to prepare their house for Christmas. And in addition to the grandkids being there, John's adult daughter, known as Shay, was also there. And her boyfriend was there. At some point during the evening, John took the boyfriend home, I want to say to Blanchester, and Skyland actually went with Grandpa to take the boyfriend back home. Prior to that, months prior to that, John's mom, Peggy, used to visit regularly, but was transferred to a nursing center, a nursing home, I believe in September prior to December, so maybe 3-4 months prior to that. Prior to that, that is the grandma, was receiving hospice care at home. She wasn't in hospice, but Hospice has nurses that will come to the house and help with various end-of-life type matters, people who qualify for it. Hospice had previously prescribed a number of medications for her, including morphine, and some of those medicines were at the house. The facts on that particular night are going to show that Skyland was sick and had a significant cough. The facts may also show that she came home from school sick prior to that. Bottom line, it was really significant. There was a lot of wheezing. There was, even when they came home and they went to bed, as the child went to bed, there was such weaving and hacking and what have you that it seemed appropriate to give cough medicine. My client believed at the time there was cough medicine in the house. Once Grandma went to the nursing center, my client cleaned out, presumably, Grandma's medicines. So a mistake was made, the evidence will show, back in September, because not all of her medicine, in fact, was removed. Apparently, there was still the morphine left at the house. On that particular evening, around 11:30 p.m., that is the 23rd of December, John gave Skyland a small amount of what he believed was cough syrup. I believe the evidence is going to show that that did initially sort of cure the cough. My understanding is the evidence is going to show that even as early as the next morning, there was breathing activity by Skyland that was heard by my client. And then, bottom line, all the other kids matriculate out. They come out, they have breakfast, they do whatever, and Skyland does not come out. Bottom line, from the medicine that was administered at 11 or 11:30 the prior night, she passes sometime in the early morning hours. My understanding is that the 911 people don't get called until 9 or so in the morning. Bottom line, my client gave CPR for a significant period of time. However, everyone's in agreement that that was simply not enough. It was too late. He will testify that the 911 instructed him to take the child off the bed. They did that. When the EMT people came in, she was on the floor. You're supposed to give CPR while on the floor as opposed to on a soft surface like a bed. Bottom line, John knew there was cough medicine in the cabinet in his mind. The facts are going to show that he mistakenly gave Grandma's medicine the morphine. There is nothing that is going to show or substantiate the state's claim that this death was purposeful or intentional.
Your Honor, objection. We did not claim that.
That is correct. You know that, Mr. Morgan. There is no intent or purpose required in any of these charges as manslaughter. So the jury will disregard that statement. It is not evidence.
We disagree that the evidence is going to show that there was even so much as recklessness. There is a mens rea that is required to be proven for the underlying corrupting another with drugs and the underlying child endangering case. And he didn't have the mens rea, the intent to commit those crimes either. And that's what actually the evidence is going to show. And because of that, at the conclusion of the case, we are going to ask for a verdict of not guilty as it relates to the death of Skyland. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I'll remind you that the opening statements of the attorneys are not evidence. They're simply designed to help you follow the evidence as it comes to the case. All right, state's first witness.
J.R. Powell.
Your Honor, we would make a motion, and I don't think we have yet, for a separation. I think it's being observed anyway, but we'll make a motion for a separation of
All right,
witnesses.
hold on a second. All right, the motion for separation is granted, so any of the persons that expect to testify, other than the state's representative, Mr. Anor, are to leave the room, not to discuss the testimony with each other, and also witnesses are ordered not to view the proceedings on YouTube. All right.
Stand in front of the judge, face the judge, and watch your step when you go to the witness stand.
Were you sworn in the jury, or in the clerk's office?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, this is being broadcast on YouTube. Do you care if your face is shown or not, or you prefer not to be?
No, sir. Or, I don't care.
Okay, all right. Just have a seat over here. Make sure your cell phone's turned off if you have one. Thank you.
Yep.
Now, that's a microphone. If you would, that slides to your left, so if you would slide it as far to your left as it'll go, and speak into that when you're testifying.
All right.
All right, you may inquire.
Please state your name for the record.
Jonathan Russell Powell.
Do you go by a nickname? Is there something?
JR.
else that you- Okay. And where do you live?
I live in Blanchester.
Are you married?
Yes.
What's your wife's name?
Casey.
Do you have children?
Yes, I have 5.
Okay. And what are their names?
So my oldest is Landon, Skylin, Xavier, Alaska, and Ribbon.
And how old are your kids?
So Skylin would have been 10. Landon is 16. Xavier's 9. Alaska's 5. And Ribbon's 1.
Do you know John Powell?
Yes,
How do you know him?
he's my father.
Is John married?
Yes,
Who's he married to?
Jennifer,
Is Jennifer your mom or stepmom?
stepmom.
You see John Powell in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point him out for the court?
He's
We'll
right there.
stipulate ID, Your Honor.
All right, so we're,
I want to talk about December 23rd of 23.
Okay,
You remember that day?
I do.
What did you guys do that day?
So I got up early. I'm a plumber, and I had a job I had to do. I left around 9:30, 10 o'clock. And I went to my dad's after that job
Was
for
Skylar-
Christmas.
Was Casey at home with you that morning?
Yes.
Was Skylar home with you too?
Yes,
Did Skylar leave at some point?
Yes.
Before the rest of you?
yes.
Do you know what time she left?
It was roughly between 10 and 11, not too much long after I left.
Who did she leave with?
My dad, John.
Now, at some point, and you said this, you also went to John and Jennifer's?
Yes.
And who all went to their house with you? Tell me how y'all got there.
So I was in my service truck. My wife drove her personal car with the kids, other than Skylin, because she was with my dad.
What time did you guys all go over there?
I arrived last. I got there around 2 o'clock. I think my wife got there shortly before I did.
Who else, if anyone, who else was at the house that day?
So it was my immediate family and kids, my dad, Jen, my grandma, Peggy, Jen's daughters, and their other halves and kids.
So who would be Michael and Lily?
That would be Jen's grandkids.
Okay. What did you all do there?
We got there, we ate, and then we went to the basement and opened gifts.
At some point, did you all leave?
Yes,
Who in your immediate family left?
just me, my wife, and the baby, Riven.
Okay, so Skylin, Xavier, and Alaska stayed.
Yes.
Do you know what time you and Casey left the house?
Around 8 o'clock. It was just getting dark.
And who's Billy?
Billy is my sister's boyfriend.
And what's your sister's name?
Shay.
Was Billy also at the house with Shay?
Yes, yes.
And where does Billy live?
He lives less than a block from my house.
So you and Casey and the baby go home. Let's talk about the morning of Christmas Eve, December 24th. Did you get a phone call that morning?
I did.
And who called you?
So my dad called me, and the only thing he said was baby girl is not breathing.
So when you say baby girl, is that a nickname that you have for
Yes,
kids?
Skyline.
Skyline's nickname?
Yep.
And do you recall what time he called you?
Shortly after 9, I do believe it was like 9:10, 9:12, something like that.
So, and what did he say to you?
All he said was that baby girl was not breathing. I jumped, the phone was on my lap, and I was on the couch, kind of lounged out a little bit, and I jumped up, and my phone went flying, and we just literally rushed right out the door.
So, and when you say we, who?
Me and Casey, my wife.
And you drove to the defendant's house?
Yes.
When you arrived at the house, what happened? Who all was there?
There was a lot of emergency personnel. My dad and Jen. I don't remember a lot. I just remember seeing her and just kind of losing it.
And what were you told?
That she didn't make
Objection
it.
as to what he was told.
I'm going to overrule that in the context that it's offered.
Now, after that day, did you guys have to plan a funeral?
Yes.
And what date was the funeral?
It was Saturday, December 30th.
And I'm going to talk about the time between the 24th and the 30th. Did anything happen with the defendant that stands out to you?
I feel like they were trying to convince us that she looked sick.
Was there an offer to pay for things?
Yes, they wouldn't let us pay for anything, and
That's odd to you?
that's unlike him.
What about something to do with the mattress?
They insisted us coming over to burn the mattress that she passed on that had blood on it. And me and my wife, neither wanted to participate or even go to that house ever again.
Now, when did you find out what actually caused Skyline's death?
I found out February 20th, 2 days before my wife's surgery.
Who told you?
So my dad called me first and insisted that he didn't give her anything. And to this day, I haven't heard different.
So, I want to talk about the surgery. Did something happen between you and the defendant around the surgery that affected?
Yes. So my wife's in surgery. She's probably been in surgery 3 or 4 hours at this time. And he calls me. He was mad because he found out that we went to dinner for my wife before her surgery. We didn't invite them. He insisted on calling me over 20 times as I'm waiting on to hear of my wife.
Did you speak with Detective Anor about morphine being in your house?
Yes.
And what did you do based on that conversation?
So I was on my way back from Columbus. I work in Columbus, and I told him as soon as I got home, I would look through everything. I went through everywhere we had medicine. So there's a basket on a 5-tier shelf in our kitchen, out of the reach of everyone, and our medicine cabinet, and was not able to find any, which we kind of know what's in our house. So I kind of knew that it wasn't there, but wanted to make sure.
Do you recall Detective Anor asked you some questions about anybody in your family that might have had morphine?
Yes.
And what did you tell him?
The only thing I recalled when we were talking is I told him about my grandma Peggy. I knew she just had a big fall, and I knew he just cleaned her house out.
When you say he just cleaned her house out?
John.
The defendant?
Yes.
And What's Grandma Peggy's last name?
Whittington?
Did Grandma Peggy live with John prior to being put in the nursing home?
She's lived, if I do recall, she's lived with him multiple times. She's definitely physically incapable of some things. She had a stroke when, I think that was before I was born, I do believe, and she struggles with mobility a lot.
So back and forth in
Yeah.
and out. At some point prior to December, did he have to clean her house out?
Yes.
Okay, no further questions.
Cross.
JR, my name's Patrick Mulligan. I have a few questions.
All right.
First, I'd like to express my condolences.
Thank you.
So, Skyline, age 10, she was familiar with your father because she would go over to the house a lot?
Yes.
How often would she go there?
She would ask quite often. It was a pretty regular thing. She would go over there. I mean,
Were they close?
I would say they were very close. The type of person my daughter was, she didn't see bad in nobody.
Okay. And so when you say she went regularly over there, would she also stay overnight sometimes?
Yes. Yep.
That was a pretty regular thing too?
Yep. She loved going to church with them.
Okay. And so they as a group would go to church?
Yep.
Which church was that?
I think it was Daystar, I think.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure what that was, what
Sure.
that church was called.
But she reported that she liked going to church
Yep.
with Grandpa and Grandma?
Yep.
Okay. And how did she refer to Jennifer? Was Jennifer just Grandma to her, or how did she refer to her?
Mamaw, I do believe, is what she called her. I can't.
Mamaw.
I'm not 100% on that.
Okay. And bottom line, your dad's name for her was Little Baby,
Baby girl.
baby girl.
Yep.
Okay. And that's when he called on the day, the 24th of December, and said, baby girl not breathing, you knew exactly what that meant. You know who he was identifying?
Yes.
Okay. When did baby girl start becoming her name that was designated by your dad? Do you remember? Was that always something?
It's from the day she was born.
Okay. So eventually, well, strike that. On the 24th, when you got the call, you were at your home in Blanchester?
Yes.
How far away is that from John's house on State Route 136?
About 40 minutes.
Okay. So by the time you got there, who all was there? Lots of people, right?
Lots. I mean, the whole driveway was full of emergency vehicles. There was, I do believe, Jen's son was there before I was.
Jen's son?
Yes.
Okay.
Or son-in-law. Sorry. Brandon.
Gotcha. Okay, so on the night prior, it sounds like there were a ton of people at that house. What was the total number of people at the house for the party?
I couldn't give you a number. I mean, his neighbors were there. I mean, if I'd go back and really work on, there was quite a few people there.
Are you talking like 20, 30 people?
I would say yes.
Okay, so was it a bit of a madhouse and fun?
Yeah.
And that's sort of a Christmas tradition at that house, yes?
Yes. Usually it's on Christmas Eve, but this year it was on the 23rd.
Okay. And and it was acted like it was, you guys acted like it was Christmas Eve because you even opened gifts, right?
Yeah,
Okay. And as far as the number of people who stayed to eat, that was a lot of people as well, yes?
yes.
How many people stayed overnight?
I do believe it was just the grandkids.
Okay. And what time did this festivity start in the day with 20, 30 people in the house? Do you know?
I think most of the people were there by the time I got there at 2 o'clock.
Oh, so.
I was one of the last people there.
And that's at 2 p.m.?
Yep.
Okay. So this thing was like a day-long festival?
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone started leaving probably 6, 7.
After dinner?
Yep.
Okay. How big is the house?
It's not very big, but it's got multiple areas to that you can sit at. So it's kind of separated. It's a finished basement, and then they got like a very small upstairs.
Okay. And did everyone appear to be having a good time?
Yes.
And did the kids appear to be having a good time?
Yes.
And no one was out of sorts?
No.
Okay, everyone's just waiting for Santa to come or just enjoying the Christmas
Correct.
celebration? And am I correct that 2 of your children stayed overnight there?
3.
3. Which, I know...
Skyland, Xavier, and Alaska.
Alaska, okay.
And she was actually last minute because she's don't always stay places. She's very stuck on me and her mom.
When you indicated that Shay's friend was taken home, that was done by your dad, John, and Skyland, yes?
Yes.
Were you there when they left to do that?
No.
Okay. And where does he live?
He lives, I can almost, if, he lives less than a block from me. From my front porch, he's probably no more than 500 yards from my front door.
So it's a 40-minute trip
To his, yes,
to his house?
yes.
And he doesn't drive because why?
He's MRDD,
Okay. Is Shay MRDD?
yes.
Gotcha. Okay. And so, did you notice whether or not Shay had any sort of a cough on that particular day, the 23rd of December?
I don't recall.
Do you know whether or not she was let out, excused from school for medical reasons prior to the Christmas break starting?
Shay or Skyland?
Skyline.
We let her stay home Monday. She wasn't feeling too well, and which we knew she had a slight cough. That was Monday. By Saturday, I mean, you wasn't going to change her mind. She was staying. That's just, they were close. I
understand.
Yep,
And by the time the kid is 10, you're going to allow them that choice, right?
exactly.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. I don't have anything further, Judge. Thank you.
Redirect.
None, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Do not discuss your testimony with any other witnesses.
All right.
Okay, you may leave the court.
Is he permitted to stay in the courtroom?
If you don't intend to recall it.
I don't.
All right, you may stay. All right, next witness.
Xavier Powell?
Excuse me. Have you been, hold on a second. Did you get sworn in by the clerk downstairs? Raise your right hand and swear to tell the truth? Okay. All right, just have a seat right there then.
You gotta sit up so that you can talk into that. And talk
Can
real loud.
we approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Hey,
Right,
Xavier.
right.
Sit up and talk real loud. Talk to me, okay? Tell us what your name is.
Xavier,
What's your last name?
Powell,
How old are you?
9,
You're 9? Did you just turn 9?
yes.
What grade of school are you in?
3rd,
3rd grade?
yes.
Do you know the difference between a truth and a lie?
Yes.
So, let's say that I said the carpet in here is orange. Can you look at it? Am I telling you the truth or is that a lie?
A lie.
It is? What if I told you that Detective Anor is a teenage girl? Is that a truth or a lie?
A lie.
A lie. What if I said that, I better come up here for this. What if I said I have black pants on? Is that a truth or a lie?
A truth?
That's a truth. They're not, it's hard to tell what color. What if I said you had a blue shirt on?
Truth.
That's a truth. Now, if I'm asking you questions and I say something that's not the truth, can you tell me? You gotta say, you have to talk out loud.
Yes.
You can. If Mr. Mulligan is asking you questions and he says something that's not the truth, can you tell him?
Yes.
And can you tell us the truth there today?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I want to talk to you about Christmas last year. Can we talk about that? Do you remember Christmas last year?
Yes.
On the day before Christmas Eve, on December 23rd, what did you do that day? Do you remember?
No.
On the day before Christmas Eve, you don't remember what you did?
No.
Do you remember going to Grandma and Grandpa's house?
Yes.
Who's Grandpa? What's his name?
Jonathan?
Okay. And do you see him here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember going to their house around
Yes.
Christmas last year?
Yes.
Okay. Who did you go over there with?
My mom and dad?
You went with your mom and dad?
Yes.
Do you have brothers and sisters?
I have sisters.
You have sisters? What are their names?
Alaska, Ribbon, and Skylar.
Did Alaska, Ribbon, and Skyland go over to Grandma and Grandpa's too?
Yes.
Do you know what time you got to Grandma and Grandpa's?
No.
Was it in the morning, in the afternoon, or in the evening?
Afternoon.
Afternoon. What did you do there?
I don't remember.
You don't know what you did over there?
I don't remember what I did.
Did you open Christmas presents?
Objection.
Yes.
It's leading, Your Honor.
Overruled.
I didn't hear you. What
I
was your
did open presents.
Okay. Did you eat?
Yes.
Okay. Were you having fun?
Yes.
Do you remember if anybody else was there?
Yes.
Is there lots of people there?
Yes.
Did you spend the night there that night?
Yes.
Who else spent the night?
Shay, Skylin, and Michael, I think.
Who's Michael?
My cousin.
Okay. Does Michael have a sister?
Yes.
What's her name?
Lily.
Did Lily spend the night?
I'm not sure.
Did Alaska?
I think.
At some point that evening, did John go somewhere? Did Grandpa go somewhere?
No.
Huh?
No,
He didn't?
he did not.
Do you remember where you were in the house after everybody gets back in and you're settling down? Do you remember where you were in the house?
The living room?
Okay. What were you doing in the living room?
Watching TV.
Do you remember hearing Grandpa and Skyland in the kitchen?
Yes.
What did you remember hearing?
I don't remember what I heard.
You don't remember what you heard?
No.
Do you remember if the lights were on in the kitchen?
They were not.
Was there any lights on?
I'm pretty sure the bathroom light was on
Okay,
and the living room light.
okay. How, is the living room and the kitchen right next to each other?
Yes.
Okay. Where'd you sleep that night?
The guest bedroom.
Who else slept in there with you?
Skylin, Shay, and Alaska.
Okay. And did you get up the next morning?
Yes.
Do you know what time you got up the next morning?
Around 9.
Okay. Did everybody else get up the next morning?
Yes.
Did Skyland get up the next morning?
No.
What was everybody doing when you got up the next morning?
Watching TV.
We were watching TV? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
We were watching TV.
Okay. At some point, did someone go check on Skyland?
Yes.
Who went in there?
John.
And what do you remember happened when he went in there?
I don't remember.
Did he come back out of the bedroom?
Yes.
Okay, and did you see him do anything?
All I seen was him running outside and back in.
When you say he ran outside and back in, where was he running back into? Where at?
I think it was the garage or the shed.
Okay, and then when he came back in, where did he come to?
The guest bedroom.
Okay, so he ran outside and then he came back in.
Yes.
Okay. Did someone tell you about Skyland after that?
I think so.
Okay. No further questions.
Ross? Xavier? My name's Patrick Mulligan. I have a couple questions for you. Okay?
Okay.
On the night that you went, when all the people were at your grandfather's house, at John's house, when there were bunches of people, do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Was everyone having a good time?
Yes.
Okay. And had you been to the house previous Christmases? Is that something you guys regularly did?
Yes.
Go to Grandpa's house?
Yes.
Okay. And that's always a fun time, yes?
Yes.
Okay. So, on that particular morning when you got up, you would agree with me that you didn't check a watch, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you told us that you woke up at 9, but are you really sure or are you just guessing?
Guessing.
Okay. And when you first got up and people were watching TV, was that normal?
Yes.
And everyone was calm in the house?
Yes.
And how long do you think you watch TV in the morning?
Like 30 minutes.
Okay. And what kind of stuff were you watching, like cartoons and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Okay. And who were you watching cartoons with?
Shay, Alaska, and Michael.
Okay. At some point, did everyone get loud and upset?
No.
No one was crying that morning?
Boy. Yes.
Okay. When people figured out that Skylin wasn't getting up, is that when everyone got loud and crying?
Yes.
Who all was crying that you saw?
Shay, John, and Jen.
Jen, meaning Jennifer?
Yes.
Okay, and that's your mama?
Yes.
That's what you call her?
Yeah.
Okay. And so at some point, did emergency people and ambulances and police and that come?
Yes.
How long after everyone was upset did those kind of people show up?
Yes.
How long do you think it was? Did they come pretty quick?
Like, not really.
Okay. And were people making telephone calls?
No.
Okay. But it was loud in the house, yes?
Yes.
And was it upsetting for you to watch all that happen?
Yes.
And was Shay upset as well?
Yes.
And was Alaska aware enough to be upset? Was she upset too because everyone was yelling?
No.
She wasn't?
No.
Did she even know what was going on?
No.
Okay. Because she's really young, isn't she?
Yes.
Okay. Who else was around that was crying and upset?
Me, when I figured out what was happening.
Sure. Sure. Yeah. When you figured out what was happening, was that before or after the ambulance people got there?
After.
Or do you know?
It was after.
Are you guessing or are you sure?
I'm sure.
Okay. And were there all kinds of people that you didn't know walking through the house at that point? Policemen, emergency people, that sort of thing?
Yes.
I don't have anything further, thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, step down, go back out to the room where you came from, thank you. Next witness.
Doug Streeter.
Were you sworn in the clerk's office?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we are broadcasting this on YouTube. Do you care if you're shown or not? It's all right. Okay. Have a seat over there. If you have a cell phone or pager or anything, make sure it's off. You may inquire.
Please state your name for the record.
Douglas Streeter.
And are you currently employed?
Yes, I am.
Where are you employed?
Full-time, Paint Creek, and I volunteer at Southern Highland.
Have you watched any of this trial on YouTube this morning?
No, I have not.
How long have you been employed with in your capacity?
I've been in the service for going on 10 years.
And what do you do?
Firefighter, paramedic.
Were you so employed on December 24th of 23?
Yes, I was.
And did you receive a call to respond to a medical emergency involving a 10-year-old?
Yes.
Was there a report prepared in connection with this call and response?
Yes, there was.
Going to hand you, it's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 1 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
It's our EMS report.
Is that a certified copy according to the statement on the front?
Yes, it is.
And what time did the call come in on December 24th?
9:08:04.
Is that in the morning?
Yes, in the morning.
What was the nature of the call?
A 10-year-old non-breather.
And where did you respond?
2284 Ohio 136 in Highland County.
How long did it take you to respond from the time you called to?
We were on scene at 9:21:49.
So about 13 minutes?
Yes.
And what did you find when you arrived at the residence?
Unresponsive 10-year-old laying on the floor in the bedroom. We were met by the grandfather at the door crying and asking for help.
When you arrived, was anyone doing CPR?
No, they were not.
And did you attempt any life-saving measures?
No, we did not.
Why not?
She is obviously deceased. Rigor had set in. She was pale. Her lips were pursed, blue.
Did you cover the child's body with a sheet?
Yes, we did.
I have no further questions.
Ross?
Good morning.
Good morning.
When you got there at 9:21, I think you indicated, you were met by John Powell,
Yes.
and that's what you referred to as the paternal grandfather in your report?
Yes.
Okay. And what state was he in? What was he doing?
He was crying. He was kind of in a state of panic and everything.
Sure. And he was obviously sad.
Yes.
Were there other people that were present in the house?
There were some other family members in there, but I didn't really interact with any of them. So,
Did you notice if they were also crying and sad?
from what I can remember, brother seemed sad, and there was like 2 other people in there, but they didn't really seem too shaken up. They were kind of sitting on the couch.
Okay. And you were focused on determining whether or not you could do anything for the person that the call was about, correct?
Yes.
And so you were in work mode, yes?
Yes.
And that requires concentration and ignoring fans in the stands, correct?
Yes.
You're on your game,
Mm-hmm.
okay? You're not worried about any of the fans in the stands, you're focused.
Yes.
Were you the first, I'll call government official on scene?
Yes.
So you beat the police there?
I think so, yes. They might have been right behind us, but yes, we were the first ones through the door.
Okay. Bottom line, when you examined the child, well, what kind of an examination did you do? Bottom line.
Just pretty much walked in, looked for if she was able to be worked on, and she was unable to be saved, and so we looked for certain signs of death and everything. So.
And when you see that, you just pull up and there's nothing left to do?
Yep.
And your investigation stops and what you're there for stops?
Yeah, we leave the room, and so.
And that's so as to not contaminate the room?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have anything further, thank you.
Redirect.
None, Your Honor.
All right, you're excused.
Leave
I
that on
don't
the
discuss
bench.
your testimony with anyone. Next witness,
Travis Bledsoe?
Travis Bledsoe.
Yes.
Were you sworn in the clerk's office? All right. We're broadcasting this on YouTube. Do you care if your face is shown or not? Okay. If you have a cell phone or anything, turn that off. Have a seat over there. All right, you may inquire.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Travis Bledsoe.
And Mr. Bledsoe, have you watched any of the trial on YouTube this morning?
I have not.
Can you spell your last name for us?
Bledsoe.
And are you currently employed?
Yes.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a pharmacist with CVS.
How long have you been a pharmacist with CVS?
14 years.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 4 for identification purposes. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
What is that?
It's an ORS report for controlled substances.
So what's an word report?
Basically, anytime a controlled substance is filled, it automatically goes to this database.
Okay. And from reviewing that for any patient or any person, can you tell what kind of bottle the prescription would have been filled in?
Yes, depending on the quantity, we would be able to determine which kind of bottle was it put into.
So for each medicine that you prescribe, there's a certain bottle that you're supposed to use?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to direct your attention to page 2 of that. About halfway down, I highlighted a prescription filled on February 20th of 23. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And from reviewing that entry, what was the medication that was filled?
Morphine sulfate, 100 milligram per 5 ml concentrate.
And from reviewing that entry, do you know what kind of bottle would have been used for that?
Yes, we would use a amber liquid bottle, 2 ounces in size.
Next, going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 30 for identification purposes.
Okay.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
It's a 2-ounce amber bottle for liquids.
So is that the kind of bottle, that would have been used to fill the morphine prescription on
Yes.
February 20th? Sorry.
Yes.
No further questions.
Cross?
Is it Mr. Bledsoe, Dr. Bledsoe? What is your title?
Either one. I go by both. Dr. Travis, Mr.
Well, my name's Patrick Mulligan. Did you fill the prescription on 2/20/23 for the morphine in this particular case?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have on this ORS report a indication of what type of bottle was used from the report itself?
No.
Okay. I happen to be a CVS customer, and I take some blood pressure medicines. And they used to give me these nice little skinny bottles, these plastic containers that fit in this pill container I have.
Anor, is there a question?
And now I get
Yeah.
fat ones. Why is it up to the pharmacist as to what bottle gets used or what's in the stock? How does that work?
It would depend on which medication is being dispensed.
Well, it's the same medication, it's just a different time frame. It's like they've changed it. And do you have discretion as to what you use to fill it based on what's available?
Yes.
Okay, so if those were not available on that particular day, would you have permission under the rules of pharmacy, if there's such a thing, and I'm assuming there is, would you have permission to fill it in a different type of container?
It would be the same container, just different size.
Gotcha, okay, nothing further, thank you.
Are you correct?
No, you're not.
All right, you may step down, thank you. Next witness?
Sundy Creekmore.
Were you sworn in the clerk's office? All right. We are broadcasting this on YouTube. Do you care if you're shown or not? Okay. Have a seat over there. If you have a cell phone, make sure it's off. All right, you may inquire.
Please state your name for the record.
Sundy Creekmore,
And can you spell your first and last name?
SUNDYCREEKMRE.
Have you watched any of this trial on YouTube?
No.
And Sunday, do you know Skylar Powell?
Yes.
And how did you know her?
She's my niece.
I want to go back to December 24th of 23. Do you remember getting a phone call that morning?
Yes.
And what was the nature of the call?
My mother-in-law called my husband to let him know that Skylin had passed away that morning.
Based on the phone call, what did you do?
We immediately drove over to John Powell's house.
When you arrived at the house, what did you observe?
We went through the front door, and Skylin was laying on a gurney, like she was like half zipped in a body bag, and Casey was on one side of her. My mother-in-law was standing beside me, and John was kind of pacing back and forth at that moment, and that's what it was. There was a lot of people, and people were crying. Like, it was a very emotional time.
Did you hear John Powell say anything?
Yes.
What did you hear him say?
He threw himself over the gurney and said it was all his fault. He shook the gurney so hard he almost shook her off. And then my sister-in-law, Casey, said, "It's nobody's fault. We don't know what happened." And then he repeated itself again and threw himself on the gurney and was just kept on saying it.
When you say he repeated himself, what did he repeat himself saying?
It's all his fault.
And the John Powell that you're referring to, is this John Powell sitting here?
Yes.
No further questions.
Ross?
When you say your mother-in-law gave you this call, who's your mother-in-law?
Tony Barnes.
Okay. And so when you got to the house, that's John and Jennifer's house, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how many people are there when you arrived? And I'm not asking for an exact number, but was it crowded?
There was quite a few people there. There was like police officers and the coroner, I believe, and then my mother-in-law, my father-in-law, my brother-in-law, Matthew, and then some of his family.
Okay. And you would agree that when he leaned over the gurney where Skylin was, and I should be more specific, when John leaned over the gurney where Skylin was, he was extremely emotional. You would agree with that?
Yes.
And did it appear to you, and also agree with me, that it was remorseful?
Objection.
Overruled.
He just kept saying it was all his fault.
Was he crying at the time?
Yes.
And were others around him crying?
Yes.
I don't have anything further, thank you.
Redirect.
None, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. I assume you don't have any short witnesses before lunch.
I do not a 10-minute witness.
So we're going to stop for lunch then at this point, ladies and gentlemen. It's about 11:52, just a few minutes early. So during the lunch break, you can leave the building, eat wherever you want. Just be back here by 1 o'clock in the jury room. During the break, remember not to discuss the matter with anyone. Don't discuss among yourselves. Don't permit anyone to discuss it with you. And follow all the instructions I gave you this morning regarding your obligation as a jury. So 1 o'clock in the jury room. Thank you. Be seated, please. All right, we're back on record. State of Ohio versus John Powell. We're still in the state's case, so again, remind everybody in the courtroom to turn off their cell phones. State may call its next witness.
Dr. Brown?
You stand in front of the judge and what you're stepping to do the witness.
Were you sworn in the clerk's office?
Yes.
All right, we're broadcasting this on YouTube. Do you care if you're shown or not?
It's
All right. If you have a cell phone, make sure it's off. Have a seat right there. And that is a microphone on that board with a red light. If you would slide that as far left as it will go to your left. Thank you. You may inquire.
Please state your name for the record.
Susan Brown.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a forensic pathologist.
Are you also a deputy coroner?
Yes,
Where's that
Montgomery County in Dayton, Ohio.
at? How long have you been employed as a forensic pathologist and a deputy coroner?
I'm just starting my 18th year.
And you're currently employed there?
Yes,
Are you a licensed physician in the state of Ohio?
yes.
What's your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from the University of Cincinnati, and then went on to medical school at Ohio University in Athens. Did a residency in pathology and an additional year of training in forensic pathology at the Montgomery County Coroner's Office.
Have you been previously declared an expert in other courts in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes,
Can you estimate how many autopsies you've completed?
approximately 5,000.
And when you testified in other jurisdictions, has your expertise included offering your medical opinion as to the manner of someone's death, as well as the cause of their death?
Yes,
At this time, we would ask the court to accept Dr. Brown as an expert in the field of forensic science and pathology.
Objection?
No.
All right, she's so declared. You may proceed.
Dr. Brown, can you explain to the jury what pathology is?
pathology is the study of disease.
And specifically, when we're talking about at the coroner's office, what are you referring to? What are you doing with that?
So as a forensic pathologist, which is a subset of pathology, I perform autopsies to determine cause of death.
Now, you are a deputy coroner in Montgomery County. Is this where you perform autopsies?
Yes,
Do other counties utilize Montgomery County as a place for their autopsies as well?
yes,
Is Highland County one of those counties?
yes.
Now, when do you typically complete an autopsy on someone? How long after they're brought into the coroner's office?
It can vary a little bit, but typically either the day that they arrive at our facility or usually the next day.
Now, when someone's brought in, what steps are followed when a person's brought in?
So we start by taking photographs to show what the person looked like when they arrived at our facility. And then we begin to diagram the external surface of the body for any type of natural disease or injury. And then we remove the organs, the internal organs, to look for the same thing for natural disease or injury. And along the course of this, taking pictures to demonstrate any of our findings.
Do you recall performing an autopsy on Skylar Powell on December 26th of 23?
Yes,
May I approach?
Right.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked for identification purposes. It states Exhibit 3. Do you recognize that?
yes.
And what is that?
It is the autopsy report and the toxicology report.
And is that a certified copy of the report?
Yes,
And When you were completing the autopsy report, did you have access to and use the toxicology report included with it?
Yes,
Did you complete and sign the report on February 5th of 24?
yes,
Next I'm going to hand you has previously been marked as State's Exhibit 6 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
yes.
And what is that?
This is a photograph that we took of the decedent, Skyland Powell.
State's Exhibit 7. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
Same thing. This is right side. The first one was the left side of her body. This is the right side of her body.
And finally, State's Exhibit 8.
Yes, the back of her body.
And are those all true and accurate depictions of Skyland Powell as she appeared on December 26th of 23?
Yes.
Now, after you took pictures, and were there more pictures than this?
Yes.
After you took pictures, what did you do?
I diagrammed the external surface of her body for injury and natural disease.
In completing your autopsy, did you see any injury or natural disease?
No.
Was there anything as far as illness or injury that stood out to you when trying to determine the cause of death?
I did a viral panel on her by way of doing a nasal swab, and had submitted that to a laboratory, Compunet laboratory, and received results back on that were positive for adenovirus and rhinovirus, common cold viruses.
Did that have any significance to determining her cause of death?
No, I had looked at her lungs underneath the microscope and did not see any signs of pneumonia.
Now, in completing an autopsy and determining cause of death, is toxicology important?
Yes.
And why is that important?
To check to see if any drugs are playing a role in the person's death.
Now, according to State's Exhibit 3, Skyland had morphine in her blood. What is this? Was that a significant finding to you?
Yes.
Why?
Well, a couple of reasons. To my knowledge, she should not have had any morphine in her system. No one had reported to me that morphine had been prescribed to her. And the other reason is that it was a large amount.
What effect does morphine have on the body?
Well, if you're being prescribed it by a doctor, typically the effect that they want it to have is to alleviate pain, typically. There are other effects, though, adverse type effects that can cause people problems. And some of those include central nervous system depression, respiratory depression, pulmonary edema, having lung fluid accumulate in the lungs.
Did you find pulmonary edema in Skyland?
Yes.
And what is pulmonary edema in kind of a generic sense?
So pulmonary edema is fluid that is filling up in the lungs, making the lungs heavy and difficult to breathe.
If there were bloody fluid stains on the bed sheets where Skyland died, would that be consistent with pulmonary edema?
It can be. Sometimes it can be purge fluid just as a consequence of sphincters within a person that are not tight anymore because a person has died. So you can see some of that as a consequence of death. Just a post-mortem death finding. But if it is frothy fluid, that can be a sign of an opiate type medication.
So if her lungs are filling up with fluid, is she literally drowning on that?
She's having difficulty breathing.
And is that what causes her death?
Yes, until she isn't going to be able to breathe on her own anymore, and then her heart would stop.
Now, based on the autopsy completed, were you able to draw conclusions as to the cause of death for Skyline Powell?
Yes.
And in your expert opinion, based on a reasonable degree of medical certainty, what was the cause of death of Skyline?
Morphine intoxication.
No further questions.
Cross.
Dr. Brown, good afternoon. My name is Patrick Mulligan. I have a few questions. There appear to be photographs that were taken of Skyline at the time of the autopsy.
Yes.
And you noted earlier that there was no injury and no disease, correct?
No disease that I could see.
Okay.
Yes.
And as far as injury, there wasn't bruising, it wasn't consistent with a violent crime that you many times see in your role as a pathologist, correct?
Correct.
I mean, you do more than your fair share of shootings and stabbings and things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in this particular case, there wasn't any of that outside type trauma, correct?
That's right.
And as far as the red marks on the skin in like exhibit number 8, I don't know if you have a copy of that.
I think they're on the bench.
Sorry.
As far as the red marks on the skin from that are denoted in exhibit number 8, the red marks, that's not as a result of trauma, that's a result of what?
Yeah, it is not trauma. It's post-mortem lividity, or the settling of blood after death. It's a normal process that happens to everyone after they die.
So if someone took a look, if any of the jurors took a look at exhibit number 8 and said, oh, that's blood, that's trauma, that would not be correct?
Correct.
Meaning you agree with me, it's not trauma.
I agree with you.
Thank you.
Sure.
As far as the toxicology, what was measured? Blood?
Blood and vitreous, fluid from the eye.
Okay. And the finding that there was morphine, was that in the blood?
Yes, it was in heart blood, peripheral blood, and in vitreous. Excuse me. And in vitreous fluid also.
Okay. And the morphine that's typically given to advanced age hospice patients, is that many times a stronger dose than what would be normally given?
I don't know what dose is given. I'm not prescribing medication for living people, so I'm not sure what dose they're giving to a hospice patient.
Okay. And my understanding is morphine has been around for years and years and years and years, correct?
Yes.
In fact, I remember as a child that was given to guys in the Vietnam War.
I'm going to object.
Okay. Don't use your you can't testify. Talk about your personal background, so ask questions.
It's been given
Stand.
it's been given to war victims, has it not, when they get shot?
That's very possible. It's been around for a long time.
And it's a very powerful sedative.
Yes.
And so a small amount, particularly on someone who's of tender years, can have a profound effect, yes?
Yes.
I don't have anything further, thank you.
Redirect.
Would the amount of any drug that's given to a person, would their weight impact it as well as their age?
All of those things, in addition to their experience with an opiate like morphine. If you are used to using that type of drug on a daily basis because perhaps you have cancer, you can build up a bit of a tolerance to it, and you might need a little bit more of a dose, a little larger dose than someone else who has no experience ever taking it.
No further questions.
All right, you may step down. Thank you. Next witness.
Detective Erica Engle. That's okay, thank you.
Were you sworn in the clerk's office?
Yes.
You were?
No.
All right, would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Have a seat over there then. May inquire.
Please state your name for the record.
Sergeant Detective Erica Engle.
Have you watched any of this trial on YouTube today?
No, ma'am.
Are you currently employed?
I am
Where are you employed?
in the Highland County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been employed there?
23 years.
What are your job duties at the sheriff's office?
I'm assigned to the detective division, so we investigate all types of crimes, from misdemeanors to felonies.
And were you so employed on December 24th, 2023?
I was.
I want to go back to that day. Did you get a call to respond to a scene?
I did.
What was the address that you responded to?
I believe it was 2260 State Route 136,
What county is that in?
Highland County.
What was the nature of the call?
The death of a 10-year-old female named Skyland Powell.
When you arrived at the house, what did you find there?
There was EMT on scene, several of our road deputies that had first responded, a few family members.
Did you observe things in the house?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you as previously marked as State's Exhibit 9 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do. This is the door that was primarily used to enter the residence.
And State's Exhibit 10?
This would be a picture of Skyland under the blanket or sheet just inside the bedroom.
State's Exhibit 11?
This would be a photograph of how the bed looked when we got to the residence.
State's Exhibit 12?
More photographs of the bedroom where Skyland was located.
State's Exhibit 13?
More the same, just more pictures of the same room.
Is this a different view of the room?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 14?
This would be a closer view of the bed with blood stains on the sheets.
State's Exhibit 15?
A different angle, a little bit closer view of those same stains on the sheets.
State's Exhibit 16?
A different angle in the bedroom showing the rest of the bedroom.
State's Exhibit 17?
This would be another photograph taken showing the bed in the corner of the room if you were looking straight in the door.
State's Exhibit 18?
This was a picture, Skyland was laying underneath the sheet, and on the rug that was underneath of her was blood stains on that rug.
State's Exhibit 19?
Blood stains on the floor next to the rug.
State's Exhibit 20?
This was a photograph just after the sheet was removed when we went in there with the coroner of Skyland.
State's Exhibit 21?
Photograph of the bedding showing fluid, we assumed at the time was bodily fluid where Skyland was laying.
State's Exhibit 22?
A closer photograph of that same pillow and sheet with the fluid stains on it.
State's Exhibit 23?
The sheet over the mattress that has the fluid, watermark fluid on it.
States Exhibit 24.
More photographs, closer view of that fluid stain on the mattress or in the bedding.
States Exhibit 25.
A closer view of what appeared to us at the time was blood, pile of blood and on the sheets where Skyline had been removed from.
States Exhibit 26.
Up close view of that blood stain.
States Exhibit 27.
Just a different angle of that same blood stain.
States Exhibit 28.
More blood stains, just a different one on the bedding.
Now, at some point, were you alerted to John Powell saying that he gave Skyline medication?
Yeah, so after Skyline had been assessed and everybody was kind of standing around, myself and Deputy Bunner were in the kitchen area, and I asked John where the medication was that he gave Skyline the night before. And without question, he just turns around and hands me the a pink Equate bottle of over-the-counter medication out of the windowsill.
Do you see that person, John Powell, that handed that to you in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir. Seated at the defense table.
Please let the record reflect that this is identified defendant.
Order.
Now, where did he get this bottle of medication from?
Just above the kitchen sink out of the windowsill.
Going to hand you what's previously been marked as States Exhibit 29 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is that?
That was the Equate pain reliever bottle that he gave it. I photographed it before I bagged it as evidence. This is what he gave me.
So where is this sitting at?
It's sitting on the corner of the sink.
And you took that picture before you bagged it?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as States Exhibit 5 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
This is that same Equate bottle of medicine that I photographed at the scene.
I'm going to go back to States Exhibit 29. Did you notice anything about that bottle or the cup in that picture?
I do. So there's water, I'm going to call it water drippings, markings inside the cup as if it had been rinsed out recently.
After you bagged it, bagged the States Exhibit 5, what did you do with it?
Logged it into evidence.
Has it remained in the evidence room until today?
It has.
Our States Exhibits 9 through 29, the pictures, are those true and accurate depictions of the scene as they appeared on December 24th of 23?
Yes, ma'am.
I have no further questions.
Ross.
Detective, what time did you arrive at John Powell's house, if you recall, on December 24th?
Not long after they called me, and I don't recall the most specific time, no. I haven't reviewed my report, so.
If you looked at the report, would that help you?
I would think so, yes.
I'm going to hand you,
You don't need to
I'm
mark
gonna
that.
object.
Show
It doesn't
for
need to be
refresh
marked.
recollection. It's not an exhibit.
if you would take a look at that, without making a comment on it, just tell me what it is that I just gave you.
This would be what would appear to be a copy of a narrative that I completed in my report.
Fine. Does that document help you ask or answer the question when you might have arrived on December 24th?
No.
Okay. Is there another document that would?
I don't know. I'm certain if you had the time of call or the stuff from dispatch that would show what times Sergeant Antonor and I marked out at that residence.
Okay. When you arrived, from a law enforcement or emergency personnel perspective or a fire personnel, how many government employees were there before you arrived on scene?
I believe 2, but without, again, looking at the report to see who all was there, I believe there was 2.
I'm actually requesting information from your recollection. How many people do you remember? I mean, you were at the scene, right?
Yes.
Okay. And based on your recollection of who was on the scene, who all was there, who was a government employee?
Are you asking me who was there from the sheriff's office or who was there from emergency medical?
Any of them. How many people were there before you got there?
Deputy Bunner, Deputy Young. Do you want to know who they were?
No, just give me a number.
Roughly 6, other than me and Sergeant Antonor.
Okay. And so on that particular day, we know that the EMT got there at 9:21.
Okay.
Okay. You were there after that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And from the sheriff's office, you were there first, second, third. What do you remember?
I believe Sergeant Antonor and I arrived in the same vehicle, so we would have been the 3rd law enforcement vehicles to arrive there.
And by the time you were there, the EMT had made the determination that Skylar had passed, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Well, no one was administering care to her at that time, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that decision had to have been made prior to you getting there, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware, based on your investigation, that when the call initially came into dispatch at 9:08, there was instructions given by the dispatcher to the people at the home as to how to handle CPR, yes?
I'm not sure I understand your...
Calls for speculation, we have no idea.
I would agree with that, sustained.
Do you know whether or not there was a call made into dispatch?
I apologize if it sounds a little off, but it would be normal procedure for us to get notified from a phone call.
Right, because you wouldn't know to come there without that, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware of the contents of the call as to what the instructions were made to the people at the residence prior to your arrival or even the EMT's arrival?
I was not part of that call, initial call, so no.
And you didn't learn that from any of your investigation either, correct?
No.
Okay. No, meaning you agree with me.
No, meaning I was not part of that initial call.
Okay. And as far as the blood stains that you noted in the photos, are you aware of other fluids that were involved in those stains?
No.
Okay. And were you aware that the body had been moved from the bed to the floor?
Yes.
Okay. And were you aware that CPR was performed for an extensive period of time?
No.
Okay. And I'm assuming if you're not aware of the amount of time that came from doing CPR, you can't tell what the cause of the fluid was other than it was post-death?
Objection.
Sustained.
What state was John in when you asked if there was medicine in the cabinet?
When you say state, like you mean?
Emotional state.
Emotional state? He went through a lot of emotional states that day,
What were
some
they
of
that
which.
you observed?
Huh?
What were they that you observed?
Crying and upset to calm and collective, back and forth both days. But I mean, both states, depending on the time or who was talking to him or what was going on.
Okay. And when you asked for the going to the kitchen cabinet where the medicine was, what time was that, if you recall?
He didn't get it out of the kitchen cabinet.
When you asked where the medicine was and you asked him to show you where that was, what time was that?
I just wouldn't have any idea exact time on what time I asked him. It was just prior to us leaving the residence.
Which was approximately when?
Without the call log in front of me, sir, I don't recall the exact time we left.
Well, how many hours were deputies on the scene?
If you would like to show me the report, I could tell you. I haven't reviewed this report since we took the report.
I depend on my witnesses to know actually what they did, so I'm not going to share that. I'm asking you what you know, since you were there.
I don't recall exactly what time it was when he handed me the medicine.
I don't have anything further.
Redirect.
Did he hand you the medicine from a cabinet?
No.
Where did he hand it to you from?
The windowsill in the kitchen?
Did he mention anything to you about a cabinet of medicine?
No.
Do you typically detail exactly what time you ask a person a question when you're investigating a crime?
Not normally unless it's an important, I mean, if the time during that question is like, what time is this? Or if I needed to write a specific time, no.
So, would you typically have recorded exactly what time you asked him for the bottle of medicine?
No.
About how long were you there that morning?
I would think somewhere around 2 hours.
No further questions.
All right, you may step down. Your next witness?
Lieutenant Anor,
Have you been sworn in? Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. Stand there. May inquire.
please state your name for the record.
I am Lieutenant Vincent Anor of the Highland County Sheriff's Office.
You're currently employed at the Sheriff's Office?
That is correct, yes.
How long have you been employed there?
I've been employed there for longer than 10 years.
And what are your job duties here at the Sheriff's Office?
So currently I am the supervisor of the investigative division.
And were you employed in that capacity on December 24th of 23?
I was.
Did you receive a call to respond to a scene that morning?
I did, yes.
And what was the nature of the call?
A deceased 10-year-old female.
And what did you find when you arrived there?
So upon my initial arrival to the scene, there was a couple other deputies there, some EMS personnel from, I believe, the Morristown Fire Department, as well as some family members. As we went into the house, there was a deceased 10-year-old female just inside of a bedroom door down the hall.
So take us through what you did on December 24th of 23.
So upon my arrival to any scene that I would get called to, the first thing we do is, so Sergeant Engle and I work together. We're usually at the same scene most often. So we take photographs of the scene, Sergeant Engle or I usually. But then the first thing we do is we just take an observation of the scene. What does it look like? What stands out? What doesn't stand out? What's missing? Is there a dead body laying in the middle of a bedroom floor? Those types of things.
And then what did you do?
So after that, we take a good observation of the room in which Skylin was laying and made a few mental notes of what would be consistent or inconsistent with any type of death of natural causes or not natural causes. And then the next step that I personally took, I needed to gather some information from people that were present during the time that Skylin passed. So I started talking to, I think before that, the coroner's office arrived on scene and did their examination of the body. I was present for that, although I didn't speak or anything. I let the coroner's office do what they do. Then I started interviewing people in the basement of the home.
And who were the first people that you interviewed?
So total that day, I spoke with 4 people in the basement of the home. I spoke with John and his wife, Jennifer, and I also spoke with JR and his wife, the mother and father of Skylin.
And do you see the John that you're referring to is that John Cloud that's been identified here today?
That's correct, yes.
And during that first conversation with John and Jennifer, what did the defendant tell you about the events of December 23rd, 2023 into the morning of the 24th of 23?
So John told me that the whole family had been over, as would be customary for their holiday celebrations. They had food, they opened presents. There was just a general Christmas celebration. I mean, I think we all get the idea of what that is. The kids were playing and eating and having a good time. And that the grandkids were going to spend the night on the 23rd so that Skylin's mom and dad could go home and prepare their house for Santa's arrival. So the grandkids stayed, all the adults left. Then at some point, Shay's boyfriend needed to go home. So John and Skylin and Shay took the boyfriend home back to Blanchester. When they came back home between 10 and 11 p.m., John went out to watch some TV, and Skylin was coughing pretty bad, and they gave her some cough medicine.
And when you say Shay, who is Shay?
She would be the aunt to Skylin. She's Skylin's dad's sister.
Now, did he tell you anything about what happened the morning of December 24th?
He did.
What did he tell you?
So John told me that on the morning of the 24th, that everybody had gotten up and had come out of the bedroom. All the grandkids slept in one bedroom. They all actually slept in one bed. They had all gotten up except for Skylin, and that they had come out of the bedroom. And then at some point, John's wife, Jennifer, went in to check on Skylin and noticed that because she had not come out yet, right? And noticed that she looked white, approached her, and found her not breathing.
And what did they do at that point?
According to what John told me at the time, he began CPR and Jennifer called 911.
Now, after that first interview with John and Jennifer, did you speak with Casey and JR after that?
I did, yes.
Okay. Then did you leave the home?
Not immediately, but shortly after, yes.
Now, what did you do as far as your investigation at that point?
See, that point in the investigation was really tough because we had a 10-year-old female that was deceased, and that's very abnormal to have a 10-year-old child die, let alone from no explained cause. There was no trauma to her body, no obvious signs of injury, gunshot, stab wound, strangulation marks on her neck. We really needed to know what killed Skylin. So
I'm sorry, go ahead.
her body had been sent to Montgomery County Coroner's Office. We were awaiting some autopsy results.
And did you receive those results?
I did, yes.
Do you recall when you received the coroner's report?
I believe it was Tuesday, February 13th of 24.
And After receiving the coroner's report, what did you do?
Well, at that point, we knew that Skyland's cause of death was morphine intoxication. She died of a drug overdose, right? So we had to figure out where the morphine came from. So at that point, our investigation went from an unknown deceased 10-year-old to somebody causing the death of a 10-year-old. And we immediately started trying to identify who provided the morphine and who caused that death. Morphine's not a drug that you can typically buy on the street from a drug dealer. It's not meth or heroin or something that we're used to seeing.
So in trying to determine where the morphine came from, did you interview people again?
I did, yes.
And did that interview include another interview of the defendant?
That's correct. I went back to John's house and conducted a secondary interview with John, as well as a search of his home. During that interview, I informed John that his granddaughter Skyland had morphine in her system. I did not tell him that it was her cause of death. I just told him that she had morphine in her system, and we just needed to explain that because it was odd because she wasn't prescribed morphine. John told me that he was genuinely surprised that she had morphine in her system. He wouldn't know where it had come from, and that there was no morphine in his house. He allowed me to conduct a search of where he typically keeps medicine in the home and ensured me that there would be no prescription medicines found inside the home.
Did he make statements to you about whether or not morphine had ever been in his home?
He did. He said that he's never had morphine in the house.
Did you have the opportunity at that time to look through his medicine cabinet?
Correct. That's the search that I'm referring to. He allowed me to search his medicine cabinet for any prescription drugs that may contain morphine.
And where did this search of his medicine cabinet take place?
Inside the home. The medicine cabinet where John identified they kept all the medicine was in a cabinet in the kitchen of the home next to so the living room and kitchen are just joined by a small little area. So when you walk in the main entry exit door, the kitchen's to your right, and that cabinet would be immediately to your right.
How close is that cabinet to the windowsill above the sink?
Oh, I mean, they're right next to each other.
Did something happen after that interview that led you to doubt the defendant's version of events?
That's correct. So in still trying to determine where the morphine came from, I conducted more interviews with Skyland's mom and dad. And it was during those interviews that I learned that Grandma Peggy had morphine prescribed to her and that John had in fact cleaned out Grandma Peggy's house and her medications and took them back to his house.
Did you do anything to confirm if Grandma Peggy had a prescription like this?
Correct. So on everybody that was involved from the adult perspective, including Peggy, I requested ORS reports on to see who was actually prescribed morphine and noted that Grandma Peggy was in fact prescribed morphine.
I'm going to hand you as previously disarmed a State's Exhibit 4 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Correct. This is Grandma Peggy's or Peggy Wigington's ORS report showing the prescription medications she was prescribed.
And according to the report, she had a prescription for liquid morphine?
Correct. On page 2 of the report from February 20th of 23, she had a prescription for liquid morphine that was filled at the pharmacy.
Did you have a third conversation with the defendant?
I did. This conversation was very different than the first two. For this conversation, I asked John to come to my office. I had talked to him twice at his house, and at this point, with other evidence gathered, I knew that John had been lying to me about having morphine in the house and where the morphine had come from. So I asked John to come to my office for this interview, where we could conduct it just in an environment that John wasn't comfortable in.
Do you recall when that conversation took place?
It was a Tuesday, maybe March 19th of 24, or somewhere right around then.
During that conversation, what did the defendant tell you about the events of December 23rd through December 24th of 2023?
Well, he told me lots of different things. The first half of the interview, he told me a bunch more lies. He told me that there was no morphine in his house. He did not give her any morphine. And at some point, I confronted him and said, look, I know that these things happened. We have evidence of them. We can prove that these things happened, we have to be truthful with each other. And then John admitted that he had been lying. I asked John why he had been lying, and John said that he was scared. Said that he had given Skyland morphine. She had been coughing, and that he did, in fact, hide the morphine prior to calling for help, prior for us arriving. He had taken it out of the house, hid it in the garage or shed right next to the house. I asked him where the morphine was currently. He told me that on the very day of Skyland's funeral, he took it with him to get rid of it out of county, hoping that it would never be found.
Did he tell you what time he gave her medicine?
He told me that it was probably around 11 p.m.
Did you tell him at that point what Skyland's cause of death was?
I did. So in my prior two interviews, I never told John what actually killed Skyland. Even during the second interview when I knew that her cause of death was morphine intoxication. So at this point in the interview, when he told me that he had in fact given her morphine, I told John, I asked him, do you know what killed Skyland? And John replied, well, they told me pneumonia. I said, no, it was a drug overdose. And he said, really? I said, morphine. And then John replied, but I only gave her just a little bit.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 2 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
I do. This is a certified copy of Skyland's death certificate.
Now, during your investigation, did you have occasion to speak with the pharmacist?
I did, yes.
Did you speak with Mr. Bledsoe that testified here earlier?
That is correct. I conducted an interview with Mr. Bledsoe.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 30 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
So on Grandma Peggy Zor's report in February, as I stated, she had a prescription for liquid morphine. That prescription was filled at the pharmacy where Mr. Bledsoe is the pharmacist. So I went and spoke with Mr. Bledsoe and asked him what type of bottle the morphine would have been dispensed in. This is the bottle that he provided me and said it would have been dispensed in this exact bottle at that time.
And did you take the bottle from the pharmacy on that day?
I did. I seized this empty bottle as evidence then, yes.
And did you place it in the evidence room at the sheriff's office?
I did.
Has it remained there until you moved it for court today?
That is correct.
Detective Anor, all the times that you interviewed the defendant, how many times did you cry?
You say how many times did he want?
How many times did he cry?
He didn't cry at any point during any of the interviews that I conducted with John.
How many times did he lie?
More than I can count.
No further questions.
Cross.
Do you go by detective? Is that your title?
Whatever you prefer, yeah.
Or what do you prefer?
Speak up, Mr. Mulligan, I can't hear you.
Do you go by detective?
Lieutenant would be fine.
Lieutenant, thank you. Lieutenant Anor, the last interview that you did in your office, was that recorded?
It was, yes.
Do you have that with you today?
I do not bring pieces of evidence with me.
Would you be able to identify it if you saw it?
Like a copy of the recording?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe so.
I'd like to display that, Your Honor, with the court's permission.
For what purpose?
Well, number one, to show the
Well, approach. Okay, proceed in accordance with the court's ruling.
Detective, during that last interview in your office, you indicated, well, actually, when asked by the state if he cried at any point during any of your interviews, you indicated that he did not. Do you recall that answer?
I do, yes.
And do you recall him crying in the video itself that you made a copy of?
I do not.
You would agree with me that at some point in the interview, he indicated that he gave her morphine, correct? Okay. But he never admitted that he knew it was morphine at the time he gave it. In other words, he was saying that it was cough medicine.
I would not agree with that statement, no.
Okay. Can we publish that interview then?
No, you can publish the portions I mentioned to you, not the whole interview.
I'd like to show, Your Honor, from 1309 to the time that my client
Go ahead.
leaves the...
Yeah, if you have that, you can show that to him.
Before we begin, does that appear to be the interview room?
That's correct, yes.
And is that you in the background?
That's correct, yes.
And prior to doing this particular interview, this was the third time that you talked to him?
Correct, yes.
You had established a relationship?
But I don't know that I would describe it as that. We had talked 2 prior times,
Right, you were gentle with him in the office, yes?
but I don't know what you mean by gentle.
Well, you weren't yelling at him, correct?
And I don't yell at people usually.
You're sort of the way you were on the stand today, correct?
I would say that's accurate, yeah.
And you didn't threaten him.
I do not make a habit of threatening people I'm interviewing.
And you indicated he was free to leave, right?
That is correct. He was in fact free to leave and did leave.
And you showed him the door.
That is correct, yes.
And you even told him during the interview that you weren't going to take him to jail that day.
That is also correct,
And
yes.
that was after he admitted providing the morphine, correct?
Probably. I'm not for certain the exact order of events, but yes.
And you're comfortable that this is a accurate copy of from 1309 to 1758 in the video?
You know, I won't know that until I see it. I certainly wouldn't look at something on your iPad and swear to it.
Well, you can certainly see if it's been modified.
I would hope, but time will tell. Unfortunately, I can't hear it.
lie to each other. I'm going to get this case closed, just like I told you. I'm not lying to you about anything. We can't lie to each other. I have to trust you just as much as you trust me. But I can't do my job if people lie to me, people try to mislead me. Okay?
I feel the same way, you know, somebody's doing it to me.
And I'm going to object. I'm not sure what question this is answering.
I'm going to sustain it. I told you, stop that. I told you to go to the point that is, you're alleging is contradictory and play that.
Well, he's making the admission.
Well, you got to get to it. We're not, you're going to hear just a whole bunch of stuff that's not relevant to the question before the witness.
It's not making the admission. That's not what happens here.
Go to the point. Counsel approach. Sustain, move on according to the court's instruction and the ruling.
You knew that we were investigating this guy's death. You continued to lie to me about it. You continued to get rid of the medication.
Well, I mean, I hated myself for it. I mean, I really did. I still hate myself for it.
Do you know what killed this guy?
They told us pneumonia was what actually killed her.
I don't know who it is.
Really. And I didn't even give her this.
It's all tapes. It's all tapes.
I assume that's what you wanted me to watch? Should I continue to play it?
Yes, sir. That would be the part on the him being emotional and crying.
That's why this information is so important, because that's actually what killed her. Is that nothing?
It was dark in here and I didn't pay attention.
I think part of what's going to make it harder to live with is if she had it herself. I can't help it, that comes out.
Your Honor, again, I'm going to object.
All right.
We've solved the part that you...
Stop the recording. Right, ask the question.
During the video, you also agreed with him that the giving of the morphine was accidental, and you say that several times in the video, yes?
There's several different interview tactics I use during the course of every criminal investigation when I interview somebody. Sometimes it's agreeing with them, sometimes it's lying to them, sometimes it's being their friend, sometimes it's being their enemy. And in this case, I was John's friend during this interview. And I agreed with a lot of things that he said, even when I knew that they weren't true.
Okay. But at this point in the video that we're looking at now, he has admitted that he gave the morphine, but he does not admit that he knew that it was morphine at the time, correct?
I disagree with that statement based on the interview that you just showed me.
Can I ask for a recess so that I can go over this a little bit more? It's
No.
kind of critical.
No, I mean, we're in the middle of cross-examination, so proceed.
You would agree that your investigation, Lieutenant, showed that there was a close relationship between my client and Skyland, yes?
And I'm going to object as to the relevance of that.
You know, it's already been testified to. Let's move on.
Okay. You would further agree with me that there was no anger demonstrated by any witness that you talked to, and specifically not by Mr. Powell, as to why he would want to cause her to have this particular drug and cause these kind of results.
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
I'm going to sustain that.
You would agree with me that he wasn't holding, that is, my client wasn't holding anger towards her, where he would intentionally try to harm her.
Your Honor.
correct?
Okay, I'm going to sustain that. This is not an intentional, purposeful killing. So quit framing questions in that regard. That's not what this case is about. It's not alleged. It's not relevant. Move on.
One moment, Your Honor. You indicated that when you went to, prior to the third interview, you indicated to you, I guess to him, that you had to figure out where this stuff came from, correct?
You say him, who are you referring to?
John.
I probably told him that it was part of our goal to figure out where the morphine came from, yes.
Okay. And you determined that the morphine came from Grandma's medicine, yes?
I did not tell him that at the time prior to this third interview, if that's what you're asking.
Well, that's what you knew, correct?
What, I'm sorry, what is it?
You did the ORS report after the second interview, or the interview with the child's dad and the mom, correct?
I requested an ORS report after that, yes.
Okay, and you had the ORS report prior to the third interview, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And one of your goals in the interview was to figure out where the morphine came from, correct?
During which interview?
The third.
That was not one of my goals. It was pretty clear to me at that point where the morphine had come from. My goal during that interview was to get John to stop lying to me.
Okay, and the issue was he was claiming that he gave the child cough medicine, correct?
That was one of many issues, yes.
Okay, but as far as the medication that he believed that he was giving, he kept saying that was cough medicine, correct?
Are you talking about, like, since the time that we got called to the scene to the time of the interview, did he claim that he had not given her morphine?
Yeah.
Yes, he lied to me several times.
Okay, and he indicated consistently that he had given cough medicine, correct?
I'm not for certain if he called it cough medicine or pain medicine, or sometimes he just said the word medicine. I mean, when you lie, the truth is, they always change.
Sure, but at no point did he admit that he knowingly gave morphine to the child, correct? Until the third interview, correct?
During the third interview, he did, yes. Prior to that, he continued to lie.
And the question was, after you confronted him with the ORS report and showed him that you knew that, then it became obvious to him, correct?
I never actually showed him the ORS report. I
Right,
just
but you
confronted
indicated
him.
that you knew how this occurred.
I told him that I knew how it occurred and that I knew he was lying to me, yes.
Okay. And you had at least suspicions at the time that subsequent to Skyland's death, that he had disposed of that evidence, correct?
I did not until he told me that that's exactly what he did with it.
Okay.
My hope at that point was to still recover it,
Was what?
to still recover it, to go get it.
Okay. And he indicated that subsequent to the death, he disposed of that.
He told me that on the day of Skyland's funeral, he took it with him out of the county and disposed of it in a public place.
Right. And further, there was discussion that he removed it from the house to the garage or the shed before that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that was all after the death was discovered, correct?
Correct.
And at no point did he admit that he knew prior to the death that he had made that error, correct?
Made what error?
Giving morphine.
I would disagree with that. He told me when I told him that Skyland died of a drug overdose, he said, really? And I said morphine. His response, almost verbatim, was, but I just gave her a little bit.
Okay. And that was, but that statement, it didn't say that he knew what he was giving at the time. It was a statement made afterwards, I only gave her a little bit, correct?
I'm going to object.
Well, I'm going to strike that question for the whole preamble, and you can rephrase it, the jury's instructed to disregard that.
Bottom line, he admitted giving a small amount, but at no point did he admit that he knew what the small amount was at that time,
At what time?
at the time that he gave it to her.
I disagree with that. I told him that she died of a morphine overdose, and he agreed that he just gave her a little bit.
Okay. I don't have anything further, Judge.
Redirect.
Lieutenant Antonor, I'm just going to talk about that little part of the interview that Mr. Mulligan swears his client was crying. What actually happens? The jury couldn't see it, only you could.
In the video that Mr. Mulligan showed me as I sat here, I did not observe, witness John cry at all. It was the portion of the interview, in fact, where I confront John about how Skyland died, and he told me that he just gave her a little bit of the morphine.
At any point during the interview, were there tears?
Not to my recollection at all.
Did you see that in any part of the video that you just saw?
I did not.
Any, sobbing, anything like that?
No.
No further questions.
All right, you may step down. Next witness.
No further witnesses.
State's resting.
Yes.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break now. This break will take a little bit longer because there will be some issues of law that I need to address. It's now 2:09, so if you want to leave the room, you can, but you can't come back in until we've finished, or you can go back to the jury room. So let's shoot for 2:30, but don't come back into the room if you leave until you can see that we have finished, because we'll take a short break before we resume. So you can either go to the jury room. If you do, you need to shut the door. You can leave the building to stay outside, or go outside to stay outside the room until we adjourn this hearing. Okay? No, we'll stay right here. All right, we're back on record. State versus John Powell. The jury has left the room either in the jury room with the doors shut, or others have left the courtroom and are outside. State has rested. Now, you want to address the issue of your exhibits?
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to admit its state's exhibits 1 through 30.
Mr. Mulligan, any objections?
No, Your Honor.
All right, they are admitted. All right, state rest. And Mr. Mulligan, assume you want to make a Rule 29.
Yes, Your Honor. I would make a Rule 29 as to the first 4 counts, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay. You wish to make any statement?
I think the evidence is such that minds could come to different conclusions, and therefore it's a question for the jury.
The court agrees. It's a matter of jury determination of the credibility and weight of the evidence. So the motion's overruled. All right. Now, Mr. Mulligan, are you going to present testimony?
Yes.
And be your client?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and take a break, as I indicated, so we'll come back at 2:30. I do want to tell counsel that I had a chance to review the jury instructions here more thoroughly. When I prepared these a couple weeks ago, I was working on one for today and one for Wednesday, and or last week, and also covering the magistrate's docket due to her mother's illness and death, and also working on getting ready to go a presentation. So I had not gone through these as carefully as I needed to, but I see there's several things that I have left out of my cutting and pasting, including causation in a couple of the counts. And I believe maybe I did not define recklessly in the involuntary manslaughter part. And I think I left out substantial risk on count 4. So I'm going to make some of those changes, but we'll have a chance to go over those after the evidence is complete. So right, so we've got 2:13, 2:14, so we'll be back at 2:30.
Please rise.
please. All right, back on record, State versus John Powell. Remind everybody in the courtroom to make sure your cell phones or electronic devices are turned off. All right, the state is rested, and we're now ready to hear the evidence from the defendant. Mr. Mulligan.
We would call John Powell, Your Honor.
Mr. Powell, were you sworn in yet? Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Have a seat right there, please.
Tell us your name, sir.
John Powell.
Okay, in a loud, clear voice, spell it for us.
Johnpowell.
And what is your address?
2260 State Route 136, Hillsborough, Ohio.
How old are you?
I'm 55.
Married, single?
Married.
And you're married to whom?
Jennifer.
Okay. And she's here in the courtroom here today?
Yes, she is.
Okay. And how many children do you have, sir?
I have 3.
Okay. And is JR one of those kids?
Yes, he is.
Okay. Where did you go to school? High school?
Hillsborough.
And how far did you go to school?
I got my GED.
Okay, so how far did you go to Hillsborough? To what grade?
11th.
To the 11th?
Yes.
And then subsequent to that, you got your GED?
Yes.
Okay. Where are you employed?
I work for Jerry Engle, heavy haul.
And what's your job?
I drive a truck.
Okay. And how long have you been a commercial truck driver?
For Jerry, I've been with him about a year, totally almost 5 years.
Okay.
I drove before him too. I drove before him also.
Right. And do you have a CDL?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. And when you say you do heavy hauling, what does that mean?
That means that you have to post your loads because they are wide or heavy, according to, stipulations of the law.
Okay, so do you drive these vehicles too wide kind of vehicles?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of stuff is it that you haul?
Mainly concrete walls, beams for parking garages, stuff like that.
Okay. And do you have any prior felony record?
No.
As far as this particular case, identify for me some of the people in the family. You have your wife, and that's Jennifer.
Yes.
The other children that you have besides JR?
I have Shay, which is my oldest daughter. Christopher is my middle son.
Okay.
And then JR.
And is your mother still alive?
Yes, she is.
And what is her name?
Peggy Whittington.
Okay. And where is she now?
She's currently in a nursing home.
Which one, if you recall?
She's in Seaman, Ohio at Monarch Meadows.
Monarch Meadows?
Yes.
Okay. And approximately when did she move there?
In September.
Okay. Before September, did she regularly come to the house?
Yes, she was at our house several weekends. I mean, a lot of times on the weekends she was at our house.
Okay. And before she went to the nursing home, did she sometimes stay overnight at the house?
Yes.
Okay. And was she receiving any medical care before she went to the nursing home from any particular groups?
Yes, she was under hospice care, hospice home care.
Okay. And the reason she was getting hospice home care was what?
Well, first of all, she had brain surgery 35 years ago. She had 2 strokes during surgery, affected her use of her left arm and her left leg. She also has COPD, which was really hard to breathe. And that's pretty much it. I mean,
Okay. And at some point, did hospice home care prescribe her medications?
Yes.
Was there an arrangement at some point to have some of those medications at your house?
Yes, there was. Since she was frequently at our house, there was arrangement made to have some of her certain medicines there.
if you remember, how far back was she on hospice home care?
I would say since March of this year, she was under hospice.
March of 23?
Yeah, March of 23, yes.
Okay. And what were some of the medications that they prescribed to her?
She had a nerve pill that they wanted us to keep there. She used a nebulizer every 2 to 3 hours. So we had the formula for the nebulizer. They had us keep a bottle of morphine at the house in case she would need a dose of it.
Okay. And the reason for the morphine was what?
For her pain. Well, it was actually for her breathing.
Okay.
Because she would have attacks on her breathing, and she would get to where she couldn't hardly breathe.
Okay. And is this something that she regularly used?
No, we never had to use it.
Okay. So she never had to use it at your house?
No.
Okay. But you had it on store at the house?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did she get moved to the nursing home?
Yes, she went to the nursing home in September.
Okay. After she went to the nursing home in September, did you endeavor to do anything with her medications?
Yes, sir, I did. I cleaned our cabinet out because it always worried me Mom's medicines being in there.
Okay. And so when you say you cleaned it out, what did you do?
I threw it away.
Okay.
I was notified by hospice to disperse of it.
Okay. And did you believe that you successfully did that
Yes.
after she went to the nursing home?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And 3 months, I guess, afterwards, after she goes to the nursing home, you have your annual Christmas party, yes? Okay. And who all is at the annual Christmas party?
We had the whole family there, JR, Casey, and their kids. Jennifer's daughter, both daughters were there, and their kids. Our neighbors were there. My mom was there. A friend of my mom's was there. I mean, we had quite a few people there.
So how many people would you guess are there?
I would say 30 or more.
Okay. So 30 people are in this small house. Well, let's strike that. What was your responsibility on that day in terms of getting people to the house?
Every year, it was basically my responsibility to pick up Shay and her boyfriend.
Where does Shay live?
She lives in Blanchester,
Okay,
which we done it every year.
Okay.
I'd pick her up and take Billy home.
fine.
I also had to go pick my mom up at the nursing home.
Where's that?
That's in Seaman. Seaman,
And where is that in relation to Blanchester?
it's approximately 40 minutes from Blanchester.
Okay, but is it 40 minutes the opposite way? Do you have to go one way
It
and
is,
then the other way?
yes,
I'm
yes.
going to object. What's the relevance of this?
I don't know, but I'll let you, give you a little attitude, but let's move on to something that's relevant.
So
Overrule that objection.
what time did this party start?
It started around 2 o'clock.
Okay, and how long had you been up that day?
I was up at probably 6 that morning.
Okay, and then the party goes for how long?
It goes until everybody decides to go home. I mean, it always goes into the evening. I mean, that evening it was 8 o'clock or later before, pretty much everybody had left.
And then when the party started breaking up, did you have to take Shay and is it Billy home?
I had to take Billy home, yes.
Okay, and Shay stayed at the house?
No, she went with us.
I understand, but she eventually stayed overnight?
Yes, she spent the
correct?
night that night, yes.
Okay, so Shay and Billy and you and Skyland go back to Blanchester?
Yes.
Okay, and what time approximately do you get home?
We got back at about 20 after 10.
Okay, and how did you feel in terms of tiredness
I was
after all
tired.
that running
I was wore
around
out.
that day?
I was wore out because, we do a lot of festivities. We play games. It was a long day.
Okay, and when you are on this trip with Skyland, how is she, what do you observe that she's doing?
She didn't feel good. Her breathing, she was real raspy in her breathing. She fell asleep twice, which is very abnormal for her to do at that time. She was coughing really bad. I mean, she had a really chronic cough.
Okay, and was she coughing during the trip?
Yes.
Okay, and when you got home, what did you guys do?
When we got home, everybody always kind of snacks around, you know, while we're sitting watching TV and this and that. Skyland didn't want to do that. She wanted to go on to bed. So I told her to go in there and lay down.
Okay.
And I went in the living room. I was watching TV and I could hear her coughing. So I told my wife, I said, I need to give her some cough medicine.
Okay, and was that your intention at the time?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and how did you approach her? She's in the bedroom, I'm assuming?
She was in the bedroom. She sat up.
Okay.
I went in the kitchen and got her a little bit of cough medicine. I mean, what I thought was cough medicine.
Okay. When you went into the kitchen, were you just as tired or more tired than you were? Okay. Do you remember even turning the lights on?
The lights wasn't on. Just the living room light and the bathroom light was on.
Okay. When you went into the room to give her cough medicine, how did you do that?
She sat up in the bed, and I had it in a little cup, which was, I mean, it wasn't even a full dose of cough medicine.
So are you talking about the little caps
Yes.
that you pour the liquid in?
Yes.
Okay, so this is liquid morphine essentially?
Yes.
Okay.
But I didn't know that at the time.
I understand. But that's the container that was used. It wasn't like a tablespoon or a teaspoon or anything like that?
No, it was the little cap.
Okay. And those things are, in some cases, kind of deep. Did you fill the whole thing? Or?
No, I did not.
Okay.
They're marked 5 milliliter, 10 milliliter. It was less than 5.
Okay. And so you give her the medicine. Did you have any idea at that point that that was going to contribute to the cause of her
No,
death?
sir, I did not. Absolutely not.
Okay. And history-wise, this child is 10, yes? Okay. And was she the first grandchild?
Yes, she was.
Okay. Not that all grandchildren aren't important, but did that give her a special...
It did, because I had spent a lot of time with her when me and my wife, at the time Tammy, had separated. I had her a lot when I was single. I mean, by myself. I even had her and her brother several times. You know, and I mean, we got really close.
Okay. And did she, in your observations, give you the impression that she enjoyed going on trips with you?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Is that why she went with you to take Billy and home with Shay?
She always wanted to go
I'm
with
going to
me.
object. He's leading. This
Yes.
is irrelevant.
I'll sustain the leading questions and jury disregard that last answer.
Does she also get along with Shay?
Yes,
Okay.
she did.
And
She got along with everybody.
did she know everyone pretty much at the party?
Yes, she did.
Okay. So approximately what time did you provide the cough medicine to her?
This was probably at 11 o'clock, maybe a little bit after.
Okay.
Time everybody got settled down.
Did you, at that point in time, have any idea that a disaster was going to occur?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you have any idea at that point that a mistake was made?
No, sir, I did not.
When you get up the next morning, it's approximately what time?
We probably got up about 7. We was going to church that day, so we were getting ready to go to church.
Okay, and you go to church where?
We were going to church at Daystar Christian Center at that time.
Okay, and so you're getting ready to go to church. Approximately what time is that service?
It started at 10:45.
Okay, and you still had grandkids at the house,
Yes.
Okay, so are kids getting up?
The 2 younger ones got up, yeah.
And that would be?
That was Xavier and Alaska.
Okay, and so they get up.
And then Shay also got up.
Okay.
Shay's usually the first one up.
So at some point, is the disaster discovered?
Yeah, I mean, they were all in sitting and watching cartoons and stuff, and, we kind of was concerned why Skyland hadn't came out. So Jen went in to check on her, and that's when we found her.
Did you hear any rasping, breathing, coughing, whatever, or do you think you did at the morning time?
We heard some, it was real early in the morning. I'm not sure what time it was because I didn't look at the clock, but it calmed down after that, so I didn't think nothing about it.
Okay, and so it's your wife, Jennifer, that discovered this?
Yes.
Okay, and at that point, what is it that you guys do?
We immediately called 911.
Okay,
That was the first thing we done.
and did Jennifer do that?
Yes, she did.
Okay, what do you do at that?
I was starting CPR. She was still on the bed at that time.
Okay, so she's still on the bed, what do you do next?
I was told by the 911 operator to get her off of the bed and put her on the floor.
Okay,
So that's what I did.
okay. And so, how long do you think that you were giving CPR?
Between me and Jennifer, we gave CPR for over 30 minutes.
Okay.
We switched back and forth.
I
would take the phone for a little bit, and then she would take the phone for a little bit.
Based on your knowledge, does your wife have any training?
Yes, she does, sir.
In the medical field?
Yes.
What is that?
She has CPR classes. She works for a pediatrician's office.
Okay. And so, was she also doing this?
Yes, sir, she was.
Okay. And I take it that didn't make any difference?
No, sir, it didn't.
Okay. And there was never a reaction from her that would indicate that you were making progress?
No.
Okay. So the EMT guys come, guys or gals. What happens after that?
They come in there, and they told me to go ahead and go out to let them work.
Okay.
So,
There's
yeah.
a photograph of a chair on a bed. Why is there a chair on the bed?
Chair on the bed.
Exhibit 17 shows a chair on the bed. Where is that chair normally? And then Exhibit 15 shows a chair on the bed.
That chair normally is down here on the floor where Skyland was at. I think that was put up on the bed just to get it out of the way.
And as far as this bed, is that the bed that the grandkids were sleeping on?
Yes, sir, it is.
And to your knowledge, what direction were they sleeping on the bed?
The bed is sideways, and it's a queen-size bed, or king-size bed. So, I mean, it's extra long. And they all loved sleeping in there together, so that's what we let them do.
Okay. And that's just part of the tradition?
Yes.
Okay. So, bottom line, CPR is being given. The EMT people come and they ask you to get out of the room.
Yeah.
Okay. And what happens after that?
I was beside myself. I was crying, and a lot of things that happened that day I couldn't even tell you.
Okay. The name that you assigned to the granddaughter, Skyland, was Baby Girl?
Baby Girl, yes.
Okay. And was that always what you referred to her as?
Yes, that's what I always called her.
So, at this point, you are upset over her loss?
Very.
Okay. Have you, more importantly, figured out why this happened?
At that time, no.
Okay?
I had no idea.
Okay, so you were just dealing with a disaster on Christmas morning?
Yes.
Okay. As far as when you made the discovery that the wrong medication was given, when was that?
That was much later, actually, when I looked up in the cabinet and I seen it.
Okay.
And
Was she already removed from the house at that point?
no, she wasn't.
Okay. But the EMS people had stopped
Yes.
working on her?
No, I think they were still working on her. They were still in the room. I'm not sure what they were doing.
And at some point, did they tell you that she had passed?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as trying to figure out what happened, what do you do?
I didn't really do anything. I was just so upset. And I mean, my grandkids are my life.
As far as when you discovered that the morphine was still there, did you realize that you had made a mistake back in September?
Yes, I did.
Okay. At that point in time, when the EMTs are still there, did you recognize that you gave her the morphine from that bottle?
Not at that time, no.
Okay. How much later did you determine that that
It was the
might have
same
happened?
day.
Okay.
It was the same day.
But it was long after everyone determined that she was
Yes.
gone? Okay. And then as far as removing that particular bottle, what did you do with it?
I took it out, put it in the garage.
Okay. And the reason you did that was what?
I was scared to death. I didn't want to upset my kids, and I was just scared.
Okay. Were you concerned about other people's reactions?
Yeah, very.
Whose reactions were you most
Everybody.
concerned about? Everyone.
Just everybody.
Okay. And when you removed it, removing it or not removing it, would that have made any difference in the ultimate outcome when you removed it?
Yes, it would have. I mean, if the mistake, can I elaborate?
Are you talking in September? I'm talking about on that day, December the 24th, when you figured out that the morphine was there, removing that medicine to the garage, did that
At
make
that
any
time, I
difference?
still didn't even know that was morphine.
Okay.
I still thought it was the cough medicine, but it was a prescription cough medicine. We had a prescription cough medicine in there of Jennifer's.
Okay.
It was an antibiotic cough medicine.
Okay. And so bottom line, when that was discovered, she was already gone?
Yes.
Okay. And then efforts to remove the evidence was all subsequent to this?
Yes.
At the time when you administered the evidence, were you convinced that that was safe medicine?
Yeah, definitely. I would never give my kids anything that would hurt them.
Okay. And were you 100% confident at the time that that was so?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we had a discussion I did with the lieutenant on whether or not you admitted that you had given her morphine and knew it at the time. What's your position on that?
I did not know it at the time. At the time I gave her that medicine, I thought it was a cough medicine, prescription cough medicine.
Did you, in fact, tell him that during the interview?
I did.
Did you tell him that in the final interview?
I'm pretty sure I did, but I'm not sure.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to ask that that 1 minute time frame from 6:58 to 7:58 be played in the last statement.
We want to approach?
Sure.
proceed.
I don't have anything further, thank you.
Cross.
Mr. Powell. Manica Collins, I'm going to ask you a series of questions, extremely simple. Most of these are yes or no questions, so they'll just require a yes or no answer. Skylin wasn't running a fever that night, was she?
Yes, she was.
You took her temperature?
We didn't take it, but just by feel. You
Okay.
could tell she was a little warm.
So she played that evening, correct?
She did what? Yes, she did.
She
She
ate-
didn't play like she normally did, though.
I'm sorry, yes or no?
Yes,
She played that
played.
evening, correct?
Objection, Your Honor,
Yes.
objection. Objection. He should be able to explain the answer. She can't control the answer.
No, he's not supposed to explain the answer. He's supposed to testify as to facts. So testify and answer the questions that are asked, okay?
Well, I asked
So
that he
the
not be
objection's
interrupted.
overruled.
Okay.
She ate good that evening, correct?
No, she did not.
Do you recall telling Detective Anor and Detective Anor and Dr. McCown she ate good that evening?
She ate some.
Do you recall telling them that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. She had a cough that evening, correct?
Yes.
So there was no reason to give her pain reliever or fever reducer, correct?
Yes.
There was?
No, there wasn't no reason.
You recognize State's Exhibit 5?
Yes, I do.
What is this?
It's a pain reliever, and I thought at the time it was a cough suppressant, but
This is what you gave the detectives who said you gave this to your granddaughter, correct?
yes.
Go ahead and put this open so there's no question. Does it say cough suppressant on there anywhere?
No, it doesn't.
You just didn't want to hear her cough all night, did you?
No, I just wanted to help her.
Skylin was 10, correct?
Yes.
What did she weigh?
She weighed about 150.
About what?
About 150.
150?
Yeah.
176.
Okay.
Wouldn't you
And-
need to know her exact weight to know how much of a prescription or non-prescription medicine to give?
Yeah, that's why I didn't give a full.
Now, what is the dosage of that for Skylin?
I think it's 10 milliliters.
You think? You think?
Objection.
You don't know?
Asked and answered.
Overruled.
Do you know?
It's normally 10 milliliters.
Well, where would you find the answer to know?
It's
for sure?
right on the side right there.
So you would read the label.
Yes.
Now, you lied to law enforcement about what you gave her, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
You lied to your son,
Yes, I did.
didn't you?
Yes.
You hid that morphine before you performed CPR on Skylin, didn't you?
No, ma'am, I didn't.
You just testified that you performed CPR for 30 minutes.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
I'd ask you if you remember the testimony of Doug Streeter, the EMT that responded to your residence. You remember his testimony this morning?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Okay. Well, had you remembered it, you would know that it took 21 minutes from the time the call toned to, 13 minutes from the time the call toned to the time that they arrived. And his testimony was that no one was performing CPR when they got there. You met them at the door and said, come in.
To help him in, yes.
So your testimony that you performed CPR for 30 minutes until they came in and told you to stop is a lie.
It could have been a little bit different, yes.
Okay.
I mean, that was a very bad morning.
So you hid the morphine before law enforcement got there, correct?
No, ma'am, I didn't.
Well, you testified to that. You
Because-
said, I hid that morphine before she was even out of the
Objection, Your Honor.
house.
Wait a minute. Well, let her get the question out first, then object. All right, now, restate the question, and then I'll rule an objection.
You testified that you hid the morphine before Skylin was out of the house.
All right, you have an objection?
I
to
did do that, yes.
Thank you.
But it wasn't before the law enforcement got there.
So you're hiding evidence when law enforcement's there.
I took it out to the garage, yes.
Okay, so the answer is yes.
That was after EMT had already came.
Now, if you truly believed that you gave your granddaughter acetaminophen or cough medicine, why are you even thinking to go to the cabinet and get anything else out?
Because it was a prescription medicine, and it scared me. I mean, I figured I could have gotten in trouble for giving her prescription medicine that wasn't her prescription.
Well, I mean, it killed her.
I know this.
Okay. Now, you've sat here and cried all day today, but you didn't cry one time during the first 3 interviews.
Yes, I did.
With Detective Anor, did you?
Yes, I did.
Every time you lied to this man about never having morphine in your home, no idea, you never shed a tear, did you?
The 3rd interview, I did break down.
You know that your actions caused 10-year-old Skyland's death, don't you?
Yes.
You never apologized to her family for this, have you?
I wasn't allowed to talk to them. I was told not to contact them.
When you were told that Sky died of a morphine overdose, you said, but I only gave her a little bit, didn't you?
Yes, I did. But I thought it was cough medicine.
Well, you didn't say that.
Yes, I did.
You said that to Detective Anor right then?
I did.
You did. Are you as sure of that right now as you are your testimony?
I'm pretty sure, yes.
Well, I mean...
It should be on the tape.
Okay. So Detective Anor, played some of that today. My question to you is, when he said Sky died of a morphine overdose, your response was, but I only gave her a little bit.
Yes.
That's it. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I had a lot of things running through my mind.
But the truth wasn't one of them, was it?
The truth was I thought I gave her cough medicine.
You were halfway through the 3rd interview before you even admitted that you had morphine in your house, didn't you?
Yes.
Do you recall telling Detective Anor, I would never give her medicine that I didn't know what it was?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you hear, so your testimony today to your attorney was that you were supposed to give morphine to your mom to help her breathing?
I wasn't supposed to give it, no. It was supposed to be on the premises in case hospice had to be called to be there to do it.
To help her breathing?
Yes.
Did you hear Dr. Brown, the forensic pathologist and an expert in her
No,
field?
ma'am.
Don't interrupt me.
Okay.
Wait till she's done with it.
Okay.
Did you hear her testify today that morphine suppresses breathing? Yes or no?
Well, yes, I did.
Okay. Was it pitch black in the kitchen when you went in there and got this?
It was pretty dark, yes.
Don't you think it's reckless to fill up a bottle of I don't know what and give it to your granddaughter?
I don't think it's reckless because I thought it was cough medicine. I had used the cough medicine before.
But you're testifying today that it was in a prescription bottle like this.
Yes.
Okay. Is it not reckless to give her somebody else's prescription?
It is, but I thought,
Okay. How many times did you tell Detective Anor in your 3 interviews with him that you were tired that night?
I don't recall how many times I told him, but I was tired.
Would it maybe be because you never said that until today?
I don't know if I was ever asked.
Mm-hmm. Now, you testified on and on and on about how Skyland was the oldest grandchild, but that's not true, is it?
What do you mean?
She's not the oldest, is she?
Yes, she is.
Well, what about Landon?
Well, yes, Landon's older, but...
Or Malachi?
Landon and Malachi has never been in the family because we're not allowed to see them.
Okay. So then the answer is, that's not, what you said is not actually the truth. Okay. Now, while you were beside yourself that morning, you knew enough that you needed to cover your butt and go hide that morphine, correct?
I was scared.
Okay. So the answer is yes.
Objection.
You testified that
Objection, Your Honor.
Well, yeah. the answer stands whatever it was, so not her question. Her statement's not evidence.
You testified that you took the phone from your wife, that she performed CPR, and you were on the phone, correct?
Yes, and I called JR at that time too.
Okay, so not with 911. You weren't on the phone with 911.
I was on the phone with 911, and then I grabbed my phone and called JR because I felt he needed to be there.
Are you confident you were on the phone with 911?
I was on and off with 911, yes.
This was during the half hour that you guys were performing CPR?
Yes.
Even though it only took them 13 minutes to get there?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this story about this being prescription medication, prescription cough medicine.
Yes.
Today's the first time you've told that story, isn't it?
No, it is not.
You've told somebody that before?
Yes, I have.
Do you recall the date?
No, I do not.
Okay. No further questions.
Redirect.
As far as providing CPR, did you have a timer on?
No,
you
we
at
did
the
not.
time? Were you emotionally upset at the time?
Oh, very.
Did it seem like a long time?
It did.
Okay. And I take it that during that time, there wasn't any positive reactions from that?
No, there wasn't.
And are you trying to dispute that the EMT people took whatever it was, 13 or 15
No,
minutes to get
sir,
there?
I'm not.
Okay. And could you just simply be wrong on that time?
I could be, yes.
Okay.
A lot of things was going on that morning.
Sure. And
I was devastated.
so was there, at the time the medicine was given, was there any thought process other than giving cough medicine?
No, sir.
You were asked a question about never giving medicine that you didn't know what it was. When you gave the medicine to Skyland, were you 100% convinced in your mind that it was the cough medicine and what she needed?
Yes, sir.
As far as calling other potential witnesses in this case, is it your understanding that the court prohibited you from calling?
Objection!
Wait. Approach, counsel. Wait. Order regarding witnesses other than the separation order this morning, which means people can't discuss their testimony with other witnesses. Now, proceed, counsel.
Why did you think you couldn't talk to your son since this incident occurred?
Because I was told by the probation office up here not to talk to them.
Thank you. Nothing further.
I was not allowed to contact them or be around them.
Non-responsive.
I said nothing further.
Okay, that last part will be stricken. All right, you may step down. You have any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Defense rests.
Yes, sir.
State wish to call any rebuttal.
One moment. No, Your Honor.
All right, counsel approach. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the evidence. And it went much quicker than we anticipated. As I said this morning, we never know how these things are. And there's some legal issues that need to be addressed. The court has to take into consideration and then make some revisions to our jury instructions. And after talking with counsel, I don't think we can get this case to you before 5:30. And I think that's a little late in the day to start deliberations. And so what we're going to do is we're going to head and adjourn for the day, even though it's not quite, it's only not quite 3:30. We'd like you to come back at 8:15 in the morning so we could get started early. And I think at that point, it'll be much more efficient for us to get it done right instead of rushing ourselves and making mistakes that might affect you. And so that's what we're going to do. So during the overnight, you remember all of the instructions of the court that I have given you. Not to discuss the matter with anybody. Don't form any opinions about the matter because you still haven't heard the law or the closing arguments. Don't do any research on the matter. Don't permit anyone to discuss it with you. Don't read or listen to anything about this in any social media, on the internet, media of any sort. Don't talk to any of the departments. So if you would come back here tomorrow at 8:15, and I think that if we back here at 8:15, I think you will have the case for deliberations by 10 to 10:15, and so you can make your plans accordingly. All right, so you're excused for the day. Counsel, if you remain, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. We'll take a 10-minute break and then come back.
Please rise. Jurors, please. You're excused for the day. 8:15 in the morning. Yes, 8:15 in the morning. Back there, take a seat.
Hey, Ben, turn the air on a little bit. The air on, air in here is a little stagnant. All right. Now, first thing we'll do is address the Rule 29. I assume you want to renew your Rule 29 and close of all the evidence.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And that'll be denied. All right. Oh, Mr. Reno, did you go, I printed out 3 copies of revisions to the instructions. All right. I want to clear something up here and suggest a remedy. The point that you brought up in your examination about court prohibiting contact wasn't very artfully asked. I think what you were referring to was the standard bond condition in the court's order. And it does say parents. And so I'm going to go ahead and tell the jury tomorrow that to the extent that that applied to after the date of the indictment on July 2nd, or his date of arraignment, I should say, he was arraigned on July 8th, that order was not in place until July 8th. So I'm going to correct that because I feel that based upon my statement, because it wasn't clear, you didn't make it clear what you're referring to. Plus, you know, it's misleading in the sense that it applied after he was arraigned, which was July the 8th. Actually, he was arraigned on July the 3rd. I didn't do the arraignment. My magistrate did. I can see that here. And it does specifically say they're parents of victim. So I'm going to say that when I said yesterday the court had issued an order, I'm going to correct that and say that the magistrate of this court did issue an order on July the 8th prohibiting contact with the parents of the victim.
Thank you.
I assume you have no objection to that.
No, thank you.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry, Ben, would you give them each a copy? All right. And I'll give you overnight to read these, but I want to go through them and tell you on the jury instructions what changes I've made. On page 2, I changed it from the defendant not testifying to the defendant's testimony is weighed by the same rules as others. On count 1, I believe as I submitted it to you, I had left out cause, definition of cause. And so I did get that inserted on page, well, it's now page 6, between venue and proximate result. Then on count 2, I added in the recklessly in the discussion beginning on page 8. Oh, and I see here I did not catch it. I need to add on page 10 the substantial risk. Because when I cut and pasted, I did do that on one of them, but I believe it would be on count 4. I caught that on count 4, but I didn't catch it on count 3. So that'll be on page 10. I'll need to make that change. And in count 3, I believe I added the cause as well. I had omitted that. And so that comes in after controlled substance before serious physical harm on page 14. On count 4, okay, I can see here on page 15 where that starts with the discussion that I have omitted the second paragraph of that, which says before you can find. So I need to add that second paragraph. That'll come out of count 2, except it'll be changed in endangered children. So I'll fix that. And it looks like on page 17, going over to 18, I have substantial risk. So that'll go into the definition of reckless as to count 2. Okay. Now, specifically, I want to talk about the defense request. You had filed a pretrial request for an instruction on action, 421.01 of the Ohio jury instructions. And that starts out by saying the defendant dies any purpose to blank, which would be commit the offense. And purpose is not an element of any of the involuntary manslaughter or the endangering or the corrupting another with drugs. It's knowledge. Also, and not item 2 of that, defines an accident as a mere physical happening or event out of the usual order of things. I believe that the accident is not the correct instruction here. I believe that it's mistake of fact. And in fact, the defendant even testified to that he mistakenly believed that what he was giving was cough syrup. And so 417.05 would apply. It applies in a case where purpose or knowledge is an element, and knowledge is an element of count 3 and count 1, because count 1, the definition of the mental state is knowing, because that follows the predicate offense. And so I believe that, and I'll give you the night to find some case law that convinces me that it should apply to count 2, but that's recklessness. And recklessness, by its definition, lacks purpose or knowledge. It's talked about heedless indifference to the consequences and disregard of a known risk and so forth. And so I don't believe that it would apply to the recklessness in count 2 and 4. I believe mistake of fact applies only to count 1 and 3. And so I'll give you overnight to do that. I would prefer that if you come up with a case, you email it to me, even if it's late at night, so I can look at it either tonight or tomorrow and make a decision. But at this point, I'm not going to grant the defense request for accident because I don't believe that it's applicable. The other thing is this. You keep talking about the fact that the death was accidental. Well, the death wasn't purposeful. Clearly, if it was purposeful, he'd been charged with murder. He's not. So it's misleading and improper to discuss purposeful. It's not purposeful. And so under the law, the act of knowing is whether, and again, it wasn't an accident he gave her this substance. That's not an accident. It was a knowing or reckless act if it occurred. He's admitted that it occurred. So the question is whether they did it knowingly or recklessly. And so therefore, the issue is knowledge or recklessness. So the mistake of fact can go to the issue of knowledge in counts 1 and 3. But mistake of fact is not applicable to recklessness because of the definition of recklessness in the court's opinion. Now, again, I did some searching on my own, and I couldn't find any case law this afternoon, and I will go ahead and do a little bit more myself as well to see if there's something that changes my mind on that, but I just wanted to bring that out there now. All right. And assuming I don't give accident, there will be no mention of the word accident in the case from this point forward. Because again, the issue is not accident, it's whether causation and proximate result were proven under the law. And there is no, quote, accidental defense to the law, the definitions in the law. Accidental is a question of fact. And again, since there's no purpose here alleged, and there's no dispute that he knowingly and or recklessly administered this substance, which turned out to be morphine, clearly, that was not an accident. It's a mistake of fact, if in fact his testimony is to be believed. And that's a question for the jury. All right. Now, anything else that if either of you, with your chance to review it earlier, had seen anything that I haven't fixed already, and if you do find something else, just feel free to bring it to my attention so that I can get it corrected, because I would hope to have this, and I'd like counsel to be here tomorrow by 8, so that if there's any further issue, we can discuss it, and then I'll put it on the record one more time at the Mulligan in the morning for your objections. Because I assume you want to object to my denial of the accident.
Okay.
And I don't know if you want to object to the mistake of fact or not, but again, I'll give you that opportunity to place any objections on record.
I'll do some work tonight and we'll see what we can find.
Okay. Anything further, Ms. State?
No, Your Honor.
Anything further in the defense?
No, thank you.
All right. Okay, we'll be here at 8 o'clock then. Thank you. Judge Costs at HCC.